What's up, everybody? This is Charlie Wilmoth here with you. If you could let me know in the chat if you can hear me okay, I'd appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Got some new equipment back here, so I'm just testing a little bit again. One of you said that the mic was a bit muted, so I've turned it up a bit. Let me know if the level's okay. Also, let me know once the show actually gets started if the balance between my mic and the table mic is good. I'm happy to change it as I go along and get used to this new equipment. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thanks, Nif, Internetter, Veteranip, and Hot Karl Marx Brothers. Appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in about 4 minutes. From Bell Gardens, California, we are live at the bike, and I am Charlie Wilmoth, joining you here this evening for a 5-5-50 no-limit hold'em game. This is our usual ante game. We'll be playing 5-5 with a $50 big blind ante. If there are straddles, they will be to $50. So pretty big game here as we wait for the action to get underway here on Live at the Bike. As I mentioned, if you were on the stream here a few minutes ago, got some new equipment back here in the booth at Live at the Bike. So if I am too loud or too quiet, let me know. I can't change the volume of the table, but I can adjust my own volume. So I'm happy to move things around if people agree that we need to do that. See Justin getting things underway here with Queen 10 of Hearts, putting in the raise to 100. And not much out there, he'll take it down. See Justin there in seat 1, Yen in seat 3, LA Cash Game Pro, JJ De La Garza, your fearless Friday night commentator, seat 4. Not sure yet who's in seat 5. Got Christian in seat 7. Not yet sure about seat 8, and Casper is in seat 9.
Okay, so we used to just do 5-5 and then everyone ending 5, but it would slow down the game.
Oh, so just like the tournaments now, they just make the big blind.
Yeah, same thing.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
So
JJ likes to have a lot of limps with these marginal hands in early position. Not an advisable move in most no-limit hold'em formats, but certainly a lot more defensible here with the $50 big blind ante out there. We're going to play a limped pot. Ace 10-5 doesn't hit anyone. Jack on the turn. Everybody's got a tiny little club draw. JJ's going to take a stab at this. He's got a gutter as well. And he'll take it down. So JJ, as some of you may know, made a deep run in the main event of the World Series, finishing 181st. One of a fair number of people who are somewhat familiar in LA poker who did pretty well in that event. The one who did the best that I know of is Ark Onakul, who finished 12th for 470K. But yeah, JJ running into day 5 of the main event, and I think he might come back to the booth here in a couple hours and let us know how it went. See a very small raise, here from Mo, and Yen is going to put in the 3-bet, which you might not do if Mo's raise was a bit bigger because it's so small for this format. She goes ahead and 3-bets and takes it down.
Yeah, it's super cool to make it that deep. For sure. I ran like, yeah, it's like, it wasn't like I ran the pot like the whole time. I definitely ran the best I ever ran in my whole life. But they were like in spurts. It's like I'd be like 2 levels of like winning a few hands, and then all of a sudden like I'd double up and double up again, like within an orbit or 2. And I'm just like, oh my god, this is insane. Yeah.
What did you get knocked out at?
181.
Oh.
So it wasn't, I wish it was a lot deeper.
Is that your first World Series?
Oh no, I played 4 of them, but it was my first cash. Usually they exit me on day 3.
Yen picks up another big pair.
18, 19?
Who is it?
Jung Woo, Richard, yeah. It's crazy. He
JJ
doesn't play no limit at
defense
all.
is big.
He's like 19.
10-10-3. Yen could go for a small bet here.
175.
She does, and I think our pot graphics are off a bit right now.
250.
I think they have everybody putting in the ante. So, should be off by about $300. JJ raises to protect here on the flop. Yen calls, of course, pocket kings. Now an ace on the turn. And JJ checks it back. Now 3 hearts on the river. Yen has the king of hearts.
375.
And I'm not really sure if this bet ever gets called by worse.
Yeah, that's fun.
And JJ is going to let his pocket sevens go.
A couple guys that I know. I was in too much pain to split anybody after I busted.
I remember looking and seeing you were like, when it was like 500 or 600, you were in the bottom rung. So the fact that you moneyed up when you were like in the bottom 10.
Oh yeah, day
For
5.
like 300.
So the pot sizes will be fixed after about a half hour.
You guys win it though, because I saw
Well,
like,
straddle
cheeks of
50.
that run.
Just keep in mind for the first
Yeah, of course. Even like
half hour or so
I ran
here,
insanely hot to
the
go
pot size will be off by about $300.
But I
300 bucks too high.
realized it as much as I did. I was like, oh my god, this is I play so much poker, so like when you catch that heat, you're like, is this real?
125.
Were the blinds getting pretty aggressive when you got out?
So my day 5 table was pretty tough, but we broke within like maybe a level and a half. And then my second table, I misplayed a hand pretty good. So I was crippled to like 18 bigs, and I was like got down to 14 and was like mainly just shoving. Right.
So Justin was the pre-flop raiser here. He does flop a gutter, and you would think a bet would take it down here.
You can shove mathematically, and usually in like
And it does.
I would never think to do something like that, just because the levels are so long, and it seems like it's so risky to look in an app to say, hey, you need to shove at least 4 right here, right? But like, I did it a few times, and I noticed a couple other short stacks, and no one was calling short stacks. Everyone had like about 30 or 40 bigs on that table, and no one wanted to risk like a quarter or third of their stack. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna start shoving this every time. So I shoved about 4 or 5 hands on the table, so I finally got caught. And I shoved the hijack with Jack 10 off, which was like mathematically up until like 14 big blinds good. But I shoved it with 11, and the big blind tanked for like 3 minutes with 9s. So it just shows you that like, if that dude has 7s, it probably gets through. Maybe he still called it 8s, but like, that's how so finally clicked that people were playing that snug with their stack, right? Which, I don't blame them. I don't want to give away chips in the main as well. Right.
I feel like everyone has different
So
strategies.
JJ again limping, and again, this is about the $50 dead in the middle. This is why he's doing this.
They're playing to win, you know?
Because he's in position, even though his hand is very weak, when the blinds check, he's going to be able to take down some pots, especially on low boards.
Like the chip leader right now, he plays high rollers and stuff like that.
This time, though, he's just going to give up, it would appear.
10 grand.
Yeah. Like when you're playing like high rollers and stuff like that.
And Christian and Mo will take this one down.
Yeah, definitely when I start shoving my stack, it's like I don't care about.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I need to gather some chips at this table, and like the best way I'm going to gather these chips, other than winning a flip, is by shoving and winning some blinds, because everyone's playing so passive. So I'm glad I picked up on that and just started ripping.
Sales didn't get like too crazy until
Probably like 70s,
yeah,
I would
when they
say.
started getting a little
I think
bit.
6 figures was like, what, 60?
Yeah, something in there.
That would have been nice.
What did you get for?
44, which seems like nothing, even though it's
No,
like,
still, yeah.
I still have to check in my back document. I'm like a sicko. It's just like,
You
I was
gotta
too
show
sad
it-
to go to the bank yesterday. It's like,
125.
yeah, like, I wanted this check to be like huge. I wanted it to be insanely big.
You got the- oh, Justin.
Justin raises and takes this one. You hear JJ describing his
You guys want to go around?
main event run.
Sure. All right. Who else is in seat 6?
The World Series is
Seat 6
still going to be
is
going on
one
for another
player
week or so at
that's here,
least.
but I don't know who it is.
But if you got tournament fever and you're in the LA area,
JJ added 1,000.
World Series of Poker circuit is coming to the bike.
So he's
And
already
that'll be going on from November 26th to December 23rd. Check out thebike.com for details about that. A bunch of big events happening here in Los Angeles.
425. Did you get all that? You just clarify any of it? Okay.
Race from JJ. Call from Mo, who's the player in C5, who I've played with a decent amount. Christian with 7 deuce off. We've seen him get out of line with this particular hand. He and Candy are the players here on Live the Bike who most like to get out of line with the 7 deuce. Puts in the 3-bet. He's going to get called in 2 spots.
3 players.
King 6-4. Christian's probably going to see bet here. No, checks it back. It's a good board for him. And betting flop would have put JJ in a tough spot with Mo behind him. They're both going to check to Christian again.
$875.
$875. And this is a tough spot for JJ. Doesn't make a ton of sense. Christian's not really telling a story that makes sense here, I don't think. Maybe he would play pocket kings exactly this way.
Got one through.
Can I see the next card or no?
Maybe he can go for value on the turn with a hand like pocket queens as well. Yeah, I guess he can get away with betting now that I talked myself into it. It's a good enough story. Takes this one down, gets 2 better hands to fold. If you're watching this on November 16th, we are live. Got commenters asking about that, even though I've been talking about the main event of World Series of Poker for past 10 minutes. Obviously, that's going on this week. So straddle's on here.
250.
Yen raises. Obviously, she does have the best hand. But she's going to have to play this spot out of position now.
200.
And that's pretty tricky with a hand that obviously can flop huge, but when it doesn't flop huge, when you don't have a set with pocket eights, you're going to wind up in a lot of really tricky situations. Christian is going to float here with the queen of diamonds.
Are they already recording? Or are they
Not
recording?
advisable necessarily, but
Recording right now.
might work out for him
It doesn't
this
get
time.
started- It doesn't start getting streamed until 4 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah.
Christian checks it back. And now a lot going on with this board, but Yen has to be feeling pretty good with her pocket eights. I'm not sure why Christian didn't bluff the turn after calling the flop. But he lets Yen get to showdown, and she's going to win it.
And
Dat Boom Boom says, what is the max buy-in? Is it open to anyone? So we're playing 5,550 here. Minimum buy-in is $2,000. There is no maximum. Sit down with as much as you want. And I know these lineups are pre-selected by Wayne and the staff here at Live at the Bike. But if you come to the bike and you want to play, there's usually a list. And if there are open seats, you can frequently get in the game.
Yeah, yeah. Quarter
150.
early next year.
Lido says, my favorite commentator working tonight. Thank you very much, Lido. Good to have you with us.
Like brand newish in here.
Oh, like, oh, they're doing renovate.
Yeah.
So you'll have more days.
I'm not exactly sure. I mean, we used to do 4. Right now we're doing 2 to 3.
Race here from Mo. Call from Casper on the button.
I'm not exactly
Top pair here for Mo,
exactly.
who's going to fire here.
After the year.
Also, you guys only do like 1 game of this and then 2 like higher stakes.
Not much going on, but Casper is going to peel once here with ace high.
Do was like this game always Tuesday, and then on Wednesday like a PLO game, and then Thursday was usually
Interesting turn card. So Mo now with an up and down straight flush draw to go with his top pair.
and then we just try to like set this.
He's going to check, which I don't necessarily mind. Casper checks it back with his gutter.
That's what we've been aiming for.
Now Mo with just a pair of 9s quickly checks. And he's presumably doing this to pick off a bluff, which seems like a fine course of action with a hand like this. Casper's not going to take the bait, though, and Mo takes this one down.
Yeah, you can straddle. Yeah,
From
that's-
here or
yeah,
no?
Yeah, only from here you can straddle. on screen.
Sorry, hold on. Has to be to at least 100. Raise it.
So I think this is a straddle and a couple limps here.
Very close.
Not sure what exactly happened there pre-flop. Good one for Murphy, though. Top pair, top kicker. Justin continues against Murphy's bet, the gutter. You see Murphy there in seat 8. Murphy's going to keep firing, which seems good. This 10 shouldn't be a huge factor. Sometimes Justin will have 10-9, but mostly if you think your ace-9 is good on the flop, it's still going to be good on the turn. Murphy bets again and takes it down. So I did not go out to Las Vegas for the main this year. Not a big fan of Las Vegas in general, I guess. Did go out briefly, played one tournament, the Millionaire Maker, about a month ago, but have not been back since. I do think I'm going to fire a couple of events in this World Series circuit coming up here at the bike, though. Always nice to be able to fire some tournaments and not have to stay in a hotel.
That's enough.
Yeah. It's enough torture for one event.
150.
I don't know how these tournament players do it. Like busting in, run deep, bust, run deep. Very emotional.
Yen with the raise on the button. Christian
Probably disassociate the results from
I'm sure we'll be defending his big blind pretty wide here.
Oh, no, I think that's what you have.
Good flop for Yen. Top pair and technically a royal flush draw.
Yeah.
50.
She bets very, very small.
Otherwise, you just take it home and then you commit suicide.
And not much Christian can do here. Even with the 5 of spades in his hand, he lets it go.
Carrying too much, and it is really unhealthy. I have a couple timers that I like, medics and stuff like that.
Dentists have the like highest suicidal rate out of all medical professions.
Because they're huffing laughing gas all day.
They're high all the time, is what you're saying?
Yep.
I've heard it has to do with the fact that, like, at the end of the day, a lot of them have trouble believing that their work does anything important. So it's like you get all this money.
Lido says, I had a dream once to move to Vegas, but now casinos and live poker are everywhere. I go to Maryland Live and MGM here in Maryland, and they are very busy with lots of action. Yeah, I think that's been a pretty striking development over the past 20 years, is just lots of towns have casinos now.
I think it was random, but I don't know. Yeah, it's an intro card.
Obviously here in Southern California, plenty of card rooms, plenty in Northern California as well. And you can easily find legal live poker in Arizona, Colorado, Portland, a bunch of other places.
There was a card that was just
out
like
west
laying
here.
down to my left that I didn't see. I don't know when it happened. I don't know how it got there. But the last thing we need to do is have a big pot happen and somebody be like, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Poker in Los Angeles, of course, has been
As long as I didn't lose, I'd be okay with it.
a thing for quite some time. But in a lot of markets, it's newer.
Whoever loses, I wouldn't be okay with it. So.
At least the existence of these card rooms is newer.
Well, that's all 50. $150.
There we go.
$450.
Raise from Justin. JJ puts in the 3-bet with Queen Jack suited. If he knew what Justin had, he'd be pretty happy with his 3-bet. Murphy's going to cold call it with pocket nines. And that'll bring Justin along as well. So a bunch of money already in this pot. About $1,400 here. King 5 deuce. Nobody thrilled here. Kind of a tricky spot for JJ. I think it's probably pretty close between betting and checking, and I think I like betting because of all the backdoors you have, and because you're the only player in this configuration who's really going to have aces or kings. Maybe Murphy could have ace-king. But in general, it's pretty hard for your opponents to have really strong hands. This is an odd raise here from Murphy. I think it's sort of a seeing where you're at type raise. And not much for JJ to do, but let it go. Daboom Boon says, I didn't realize how many card rooms are here in Dallas. Yeah, there are tons and tons of card rooms in Texas. That's been one of the bigger developments in terms of poker cropping up in new markets in the past 10 years or so. Card rooms in the casinos, rather, in Maryland, Maryland Live, and MGM, the one in DC. Those are fairly new as well. So you've got all these players in these new places who haven't necessarily been playing live poker for very long. Just really a lot of fun. Mo bumps it up here on the button, King 10. Murphy calls this with ace 5, not even closing the action. He is in there today.
Checking it out.
Queen 8-3.
Two.
And it looks like Mo put in a quick c-bet and Murphy quickly folded.
You guys enjoying the fight before Harry comes?
Are we going to do another round?
Yeah?
Okay.
I'm okay.
Is everyone okay?
No?
Any objections? Any
Kidding.
objections?
I'll do one more. I don't want to play that way all night, but I'll do another
Well,
one.
why don't we do every other round then? I think Yen started it, or you started just
No, he did.
okay. So yeah, we'll call this one off, and then you start it the next one, and we'll just do that. Does that sound good?
Good with me.
Okay, every other one.
Oh, no, not right now?
No, so Justin will start the.
Normies.
He'll be
I'll
the
just be the
trendsetter.
starter, right?
So when he starts it, we'll start it. Hopefully I can win a hand today. Yeah, excellent. I used all my run good, I guess.
So $44,000.
Yeah, I know. Fuck.
That's what you got, 44?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You're in the green
That's
overall.
it.
You're
Raise from Justin.
I'm finally
Wins
year
this one.
4, so I'm up 4,000 and like I've probably played. I played about 47 hours. No, yeah, about 47, 48 hours that trip. But I've played like over 30 every other trip. So I'm like,
Yeah, but you were playing like 14-hour days.
well, not counting the break.
Yeah,
Not counting the
okay.
breaks. Yeah, so like 47. Well, counting the break is way longer for sure. So I've played over there at least like 90 plus 50, like 140 hours.
Oh, this is your first time cashing?
Yeah. Yeah, 2018 was pretty brutal. Started with about the same amount of chips as I started this time, which was like
Raise from
probably
Casper.
Kind of played whatever.
It looks like no straddles on this time. Justin makes the call.
I got set and like started down with like 25 bigs, and I knew he had it. So I'm just like, okay, this would be the craziest thing to ever pull there.
Top pair here for Casper.
Did you have like middle? Like
I had bottom, he had middle. He flattered from the small blind too, which kind of made me a little worried.
Bets and wins it.
This dude is never making a play versus me on the spot.
Ophirius says, is seat 4 the commentator? Yes, JJ is your Friday night commentator.
It's the destiny.
Also former part owner of Live at the Bike.
Yeah, I know. I would, that's why I didn't hold. I would like leave my soul would leave my body at that point if like he showed
I
me
mean, it's
work.
just so hard to get so overstepped, but you know,
Yeah,
it's like a cooler. Isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Where are you from, Murphy?
Huntington Beach.
Oh yeah.
I live in Long Beach now.
Nice.
75.
You think it's okay to go in the water now in Huntington Beach after that spill?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really overblown, I think.
You think? I don't know.
I saw a report that only like 4 birds were tended to with oil.
Holden Hoyce says, who owns Live at the Bike now? I'm not sure how much I'm supposed to get into that. There will probably be some sort of formal announcement
During the pandemic, and I go
at
to
some point, but that's something that
or back then.
was in the works for quite a while.
And then like when that happened, I was like, maybe we'll chill. It's like I don't know, the water and your feet are like still on the board the whole time.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't have gone in the day after. I mean, the reports were pretty scary. They seemed like it was going to be pretty devastating, but it seemed like it was a little less than they thought.
Gotcha. Well, and my only thing was like I was thinking like, man, we're really just fucking this planet up. You know?
Yeah, I know.
Like,
So
it's
One of my
crazy.
customers actually was saying that it was probably about 50% of what they thought it was because they
looks
mixed
like Justin
oil
fired
with,
that flop
seawater
after
to get
3
it
betting
to run
pre-flop,
through the pipeline.
and
So half of
Casper
it
lets the
was
ace-5 suited go.
Water, so it wasn't as bad as they originally thought.
Gotcha.
Are you trying to tell us that the news blew something out of proportion and scared the
I'm
public?
not here
Sandy
to-
Joy, thank you for mentioning my podcast, which is called Third Man Walking. Check me out on Twitter at Third Walking, THIRD Walking. And yeah, check out my podcast. You can find links from there. I have a new episode up today.
And there was just so many like cleanup and crew guys that
Recapping a recent session I played.
lot of them. A lot of them standing around in the parking lot too.
Yeah. They're just like standing in the parking lot, like smoking weed. Or doing whatever.
Murphy wins this one.
It doesn't really seem like there was much for them to clean up.
Hey, listen.
So I am, as the commentator, I am with you live. The action you see on the screen
You know, one of my buddies
took
has
place about 2 hours ago.
Huntington Beach. He plays on the show.
The game is still going on.
The hangout, Aaron Queskin, yeah.
Oh, the hangout. I go there all the time.
Yeah.
So there is a slight delay.
He's
I'm
just
gonna
doing it.
straddle 100% of
Oh,
this.
But if you post something in the chat, I will read it.
A gambler's gonna gamble, I believe. Is so that's it.
Nick Novak in the chat, aka the accountant.
One.
What's going on, buddy? Thanks for being with us.
The man who straddles 100% of the time.
Nick, of course, being
Appropriate strategy.
a really fun presence
Wow.
on our streams here past
Folds a pair. Wow.
year or so.
Charlie Combs. Wow.
One.
His way
Charlie's
of like,
commentating?
yeah, it's his way of trying to be nice, but if he says wow, it's probably like he didn't do something. Right. Wow.
How often do you play versus commentate?
I commentate about 4 to 5 times a month.
Is
And
that
then
all? I feel like you're on there every time I watch.
It's probably because you just watched the Friday stream, probably.
Oh,
I
maybe
assume.
so.
Yeah, so I'm on pretty much every Friday unless I'm busy. And then I probably play here once or twice a month.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's a good mix.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy playing like 1,000 times more than commentating for sure.
Yeah, it's probably educational for you though to see everybody in hindsight, like diving into the game.
You know
and
what? I
everything else.
haven't watched too much when I've been playing lately, which I used to like love doing. But I'm sure the commentating has helped me like a ton.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, just trying to like break down why I think someone's doing what they're doing.
Right.
And I'm sure I sucked at it for a long time, and then like, it's always cool like when I hear like these top players, like, dude, you've gone a lot better. Like, you're pretty much explaining why I'm doing what I'm doing, which is pretty scary.
Right.
You know, and I've got that like a handful of times from these top
150.
guys. So always makes me feel pretty good.
Yeah, that's great. I'm acquaintances with Polarizing Chris.
Oh yeah, I like Chris
Chris
Miles.
Miles, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna come commentate sometime in the end of the month.
Nice.
Race for Murphy. Yen calls the button, and JJ's going to put in the 3-bet here with pocket kings.
$5.50.
$5.50, pretty small. Jacks for Christian. Wow. Could hardly blame Christian for, I was going to say 4-betting here. He does just make the call, and that might save him some money. It just looks like such a move when JJ squeezes the button. But he has it this time. Not going to love that flop, though. Ace, queen, 6. Flush draw for Murphy. Murphy's going to lead at this, which might work in this exact case, but you don't want to be doing this. As much as JJ can potentially be squeezing light, both he and Christian can have all kinds of hands that interact really well with this board. And you might get put in a really gross spot if somebody raises you. He does take it down, though, with the bet.
I guess I should have won bigger.
No respect.
All you sickos. Call. Fox it there. All right, another G.
JJ betting on another 1,000. Thank you, Murphy.
That's your profit in the last 4 years.
Right.
I didn't want to be the one to say it. Thank you for saying that.
Hey, Moral 100 says, "Are you guys going to get better production?" Yes.
One of my other buddies had a 12.5.
For JJ?
Yeah, we've got some.
Yeah, they want to know how much you guys for
I don't know. Again, I don't know how much I should go into it, but there will be an increased budget. We'll say it like that.
45, 50, something like that.
Anyone want to give me some hundreds? That has a lot of them.
I've got you. Okay. What do you want, 10?
Yes, please.
Big blind when you get a chance. There, Murphy.
You got it.
Thanks, bud.
Trust to Win says, check raise flush draw would be stronger move. I guess so, but the problem with that is when JJ can have any combination of aces, queens, or ace queen, and Christian can potentially have something like ace queen or pocket queens. If you check raise a flush draw, you are potentially just going to get it in as, you know, a 2-to-1 dog or worse, quite a bit in a configuration like that.
Maybe I should have got that.
I think personally I'd probably go for the check call.
Not too late.
Change my juju.
Check.
And then I got COVID tested this morning.
10 high flop here, excuse me, yes, 10 high flop makes top pair here from Murphy, who defended to Justin's open.
One of the owners at one point, one of my good friends. I talked to him Thursday as a Rio, but I'm pretty sure I had my mask on the whole time. We were just talking for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and then
Justin bets, Murphy calls.
Like in the parking lot for another 10 minutes and just give me an
And Justin takes the lead here with a queen on the turn.
And then, like,
He was sort of reverse dominated on the flop. It only could make the best hand here on the turn with the queen. He gets one.
And he had like 4x starting stack.
You mean in the main event?
No, it was like a different event.
Oh, you did recon you?
I don't think so, but a lot of the top players are like, hey, like he's being responsible. You should at least refund him like he's abandoning a 4x.
Second bet here from Justin and another call from Murphy. He's in some trouble. And that could slow things down. 3 diamonds now.
Probably, probably playing the
9-8 gets there as well. And it looks like Murphy's thinking about turning his pair into a bluff.
They're like 5, 10K. Yeah, so
I think this is more of a block, actually. I'm not sure his hand is really strong enough to justify that. I'm not sure exactly what he's going for with this bet.
Until he got COVID tested. So he was planning on abandoning it.
So he felt bad, that's why.
Yeah, he felt like shit.
And I think he's made it a size that Justin pretty much has to call,
Had a fever a little bit. So he wanted to, he already tweeted
even if he's not thrilled about it.
negative. And then
Jack is a very bad card here for Justin. But he does have top pair. He's getting a great price, and he has the queen of diamonds in his hand.
it's off of, it's called Total Testing Solutions. It's on
Making this a
Oil Heights.
decent candidate to call down with.
It's fat, like you get your results immediately.
I got him within 15, 20 minutes. It's the second time I've done it.
So you're negative.
Yeah, negative, yeah. So I got it, like right when I pulled in the parking lot, I got
But it would take a while for it to show, right? Because if you just saw.
Does make the call, and he's going to win this one against Murphy's King 10.
You can't just cash it like right away, right?
I don't know how it works with like the vaccine and I mean I was pretty sure I wasn't like I wouldn't have it anyways because like I pretty much wear my mask all the time and like and, you know it's not like we're hanging out over dinner and talking all the time too so
I'm just saying, like, if you were to be exposed to somebody who has it, it would take, it doesn't
you
show
can
up until.
yeah
2 days.
that
Huh?
incubation
takes about 2 days.
Oh, 2 days?
yeah, I don't know I know for a while they would say it was like a 7-day incubation period but who knows like with the vaccine it might be different I guess like the incubation period yeah
Did you
so I
see
don't know.
Crystal's got interviewed? They're in the main
No way,
event.
did she?
Yeah.
No, I didn't watch any of it. I didn't watch any of it. I don't have a Poker Go account. I like Poker Go, but I don't have an account.
It was like that free thing on YouTube. You know how
No
they
way,
play
they
for 1
interviewed
hour?
Crystal? Yeah, amazing. I know they were wishing me good luck.
Again, lets the Jack 8 suited go, which I think is good. I was interested to see if she was going to raise that one.
Said flush all the way.
Yeah, it did. It's just.
What's up,
I think I would raise it in the hijack, but not the low jack.
Noted.
That's the problem for you.
JJ raises it with 7-6 suited. Mo calls the cutoff. As we see Harry joining us.
I know.
Christian is going to squeeze the button with absolute trash.
Yeah, I know. I was hanging out with them all the days pretty much. Was it
That's good, man. I
325?
was rooting for him. I wish.
Oh my bad.
Well, that's like 400 and something thousand, right? Well,
Yeah, you know this guy.
oh, ours?
Art Cotty.
And it's going to get through.
If you would have showed me the 7 deuce.
So not a mandatory squeeze there from Christian, but it's going to get
No,
through.
but I mean, the other hand. The other
It's his
hand.
second favorite.
It is 7 deuce, right?
No, there was like another. It was like 7 8 or something.
Big McHuger says, does this mean that Harry didn't make the final table? I'm afraid he did not. I'm afraid that
A little bit like pudgy-ish.
no one you're watching or listening to on this stream made the final table of the World Series of
No
Poker.
limit, he'll play limit.
It's sad.
PLO. His best scheme is probably no limit, but he'll fucking
What's his
tank
full name?
up.
Arcadi?
Arcadi Ockenal.
JJ did do
Oh,
really
yeah,
well in the
I-
event,
I
however,
know that.
finishing 181st for $44,000.
I recognized him, but I couldn't pinpoint
I
where.
think he's going to come back and
I thought it was like from,
join me here at sometime around 6 to talk about his deep run in the tournament.
Yeah, he lives in Vegas. But
Yeah, I
he goes
think
to the, he comes down here for like weeks at a time.
Oh, because I do, when I saw him,
Morty
made
says
that
amateurs.
film,
Yeah,
River
yeah, aren't we?
Yeah, that was brutal.
Raise here from Yen.
So,
Couple
I was,
calls.
Like, trying to buy action because he wasn't sure if he was going to go. I was playing with him a few days before. He's like, no, if I do, I'm going to sell to like the same guys who always buy. I'm like, all right.
4 ways to a flop. Queen 9-4. Pocket 7's still good.
Pro, but he gives a lot
No
of.
one thrilled about this flop though.
Up until that hand when he decided to
Oh
make
yeah. I mean, yeah.
10 on the turn.
Knows, but like, I mean, in cash games, he's not afraid to do some action.
And Murphy takes the lead here. Justin also with a 10. I think one of the things that I found most striking working as a commentator is just seeing the number of flops that go 4 ways, and then you get a flop like this, Queen 9-4, and it turns out that 7s is the best hand. It happens a lot. But when you're there in the moment with pocket 7s, you're not too thrilled about the situation at all. Murphy just calls. And Murphy still with the best hand. Ace kicker will play. Justin's going to try to get this to showdown. I think I would like to see a bet from Murphy. Small bet on the river, but he's just going to check it back and take this one down. I think when the action goes the way it did, it's very likely that a 10 is the best hand. Yes, by betting, sometimes you value cut yourself against a queen, but I think that's worth it,
Harry, do you want to handle
especially in games like this where I'm not sure about Justin specifically, but people in general call maybe a bit more than they should.
I'll have Yanel started every other one.
Alright. You want to handle it?
I'll come in after.
And then I will start.
How much do you have there?
You'll see. You want to ask a silly question?
I should have taken the profit.
What was the profit? Oh, he
One
said.
shuttle 50.
I do? Okay, then give it back.
No one asked
I'm
me
okay.
this question.
Well,
I think that's
you
like
know
an
what?
important question.
I'll use the regular.
I'll start it.
You
Yeah.
charging?
The last shuttle 50.
Can I leave it
Barry
for a
wants
while?
to, Barry wants to
JJ.
Ace 7
I'm starting.
for
I'll be the
Mo.
trendsetter for the whole game. That's fine. I'll make that guess.
Limps.
That's the real
Casper isolates with 9-8 offsuit. Definitely not something you have to do or something you want to do. You're going to be dominated a lot by a limp calling range with a hand like 9-8 off.
Look.
And we can see that Justin, in fact, hasn't dominated.
Ah? Each possess command. I'm gonna
Don't
get
let me
white.
stop him. You're pausing on this.
650.
I should have said.
And a limp re-raise from Mo. Well, if you're going to have a limp re-raise range, you should have some weaker hands in it. I don't necessarily recommend doing this play at all, except in very specific situations against very specific sorts of opponents. But if you are going to be limp re-raising, you don't want to do it just with aces and kings and ace-king against opponents who are paying attention at all. So I guess you would want to pick some weaker hands and limp re-raise with those as well. And why not ace-7 suited?
Yes.
You were the big blind.
You could have done it all. Like, just come in for free after the fun. Unless you want to jump in this. You can jump in this.
Oh, what is that? You know, I don't like bomb blocks, man.
a little bit.
Murphy, the big winner so far.
I'm just kidding.
JJ stuck about 3K.
Here,
I mean, that morning just had coffee. Excellent.
yeah, you don't have to come on.
Say again?
No,
No,
lunch
I
is
didn't
not
even
free.
know that. It just was good.
Lunch is not free today.
Appreciate you being with us here today on Live at the Bike. If you can make sure to hit like and subscribe
And you just get lucky, so it might be
on
lucky that you
whatever
didn't
platform you're watching us on, whether that be YouTube or Twitch. We would really appreciate it. Also, be sure to check us out at liveatthebike.com for our archive of past streams here on Live at the Bike.
Yeah, but no jackpot drop. They drop
You're playing a ball pop, right?
We're playing a bomb pot here, $100
Convince me that he unconvinced
for every player, and we'll go straight to a flop.
Yeah. God
How many?
forbid.
Two.
Get buried.
We always do two.
It's gonna get shit.
9-7 deuce. Murphy with top pair here. Big flop for Casper. Bottom pair and a flush draw. He just calls. Mo lets middle pair go, which I like.
Yeah, what you have. You can just stay with you. Oh.
I think we're heads up here, yeah. Brick on the turn.
That would be pretty savage if you said something you didn't have.
And it's tricky for Murphy here. Hard to know where you're at in a bomb pot when you have top pair 4 kicker. You got called after betting 7 ways on the flop. He's going to check call, which seems fine to me. And he's still good here on the river. And Casper is going to turn his bottom pair into a bluff. I don't mind that decision. Although I think a hand like 8-6 or 10-8 would maybe be a better candidate to do it.
See if you can get
And
large blind.
if you are going to bluff the river here, I think I would prefer going bigger.
On live stream, should I be a hero? Oh, man.
Maybe just go all in. Not sure exactly how many chips Casper has behind her,
Oh.
You're gonna see
You're
it.
gonna see it anyway.
whether that graphic is accurate, but
You have king guy?
he does take it down, does get a fold from Murphy.
Well, what did you have?
Found himself in a pretty tough spot.
You had Ronnie.
Pair of 9s with a 4 kicker.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you guys were playing side by
Sorry.
side.
And that illustrates how difficult bomb pots are to play. Not only can you have weak made hands like that that have an interest in continuing, but that aren't easy to continue with, but you also have to do so against 6 or 7 opponents who can just have completely random hands.
It's just every other
So a nice pot for Casper.
player's wanted.
Do what's good for the game.
Detected that.
I wouldn't mind it on, so I can get unstuck.
You stuck?
When's it starting then?
Huh? I started it. I'll start it in every other round.
Got it.
I won't forget.
Take it.
But you can remind me if I do.
Got it.
Limp here for Murphy. I think that limp from Murphy might actually be a straddle, although I'm not positive.
Dude, I haven't seen you in like 8 weeks.
I know, man.
Yeah.
I know.
I've been,
What day did you bust out?
Nope, it was a limp. And
Day 4?
Christian calls from the straddle. Murphy calls as well. 3 ways here. Wow, what a flop. Top pair for Christian.
I doubled.
Combo draw for Murphy.
And then I made a pretty big
Jacks
fold.
look to be in such good,
The guy-
such a good
two pair of
spot on that
So I read
spot
about
against these 2 hands,
but I
but
was wrong, which sucked.
they both do catch up to a degree. So Murphy picks up a pair here on the turn after it checks around on the flop.
He had ace jack on like a, I thought he could have like
Christian bets. Murphy calls.
Oh, and a
it
jack
would have been my
of
turn. Yeah, it was my tournament line. He checked raised all in on Yeah, and then I ended up like
Justin
grinding out
calls,
for, like,
which
3 hours.
I could certainly get behind, although it seems tight, but I honestly wouldn't mind folding either.
Here, dude, you made a good fold, and I'm just
If
like,
you make your straight,
no, I did not.
it's decently likely that that
Just 'cause I showed him
will
that
also
earlier.
make someone else a flush.
I was like, please, can I see your hand for 40 bucks?
And it's so obvious that you never get paid much on the river.
You could make deals where you can give him cash to see it.
I don't know.
Christian's still good here.
40 bucks?
Yeah, because I wanted to feel like I made a
Pretty
good
reasonable
fold.
run out for
I was wrong, but it,
King Jack. He's going to try for another street of value.
No, it was like at the beginning of day 5 for like
Did
maybe
you
an
go
hour and a
deep or
half.
no?
Yeah, he made it to like the bottom 20.
We'll see if Justin wants to hero here.
He's just like roles reverse. Yeah, I could be going that way.
Who is it?
Some Brazilian guy named like Pierre or something.
How much would the pot been?
I would have had about 2 million in chips. So I would have
Damn,
like
in
80
day 5, that's
like,
a lot.
I would have had like 80 bigs. Yeah.
Oh my
I would
god.
have been like top 30, top
Oh
40
my
stocks.
god.
I know, that's crazy. That's why I was devastated the last few days.
Justin does find the fold. So $2,000 pot heading over to Christian.
Was the other one good
Pretty
too?
close to just dusting.
King
Dusting
five.
off my idea. I just don't. I love
Yeah, that would have been a dusting.
I always convince myself.
Did he have it? He showed a king.
I showed it. Yeah, he showed me.
Christian, you gotta give him the same speech play that you gave him the other time.
Oh yeah. That's why I was pretty close to actually raising on the turn too. That I would have called. River wave? I don't know.
How you doing, Mikey?
Straddle around.
Oh, I got you.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Oh, Mike.
Snowman for Justin.
Where are you at?
I know. I haven't
150.
fucking looked at my hand.
I thought you did before you got up.
No, I'm not. Did you want me to call?
I didn't see.
Harry calls. We see that all the eights are out.
To win a big fucking pot. Oh shit. Come on, get in. It's okay.
Great.
Jeez, I didn't say that.
Aces for Murphy.
Goodness.
650.
Nice. Wow.
Unless you have the
Why
high.
can't people just be nice?
This is quite a small 3-bet.
Yeah.
35.
Can't count well.
I think I would favor making it something like more like 1,000 here. Guess with the stacks not super deep, you could go a little bit smaller, like 800 or 900.
5 more?
Yeah.
But I do think I would make it bigger than this.
This game is playing pretty big today.
Probably what's going to happen here is that all 3 players are going to call.
It's like 650.
Give my hand away.
No, I was happy that you showed us
I'm
your
not
card.
playing Goose 3 like Christian.
No, I wonder if he saw down there.
No.
No.
I don't mind if Christian sees my hand. I'm okay with Christian. I like it.
Unless
Like the structural one?
Christian's thinking about doing something really weird here.
I'm not exactly sure who's playing. I'll ask everyone after the game who wants to play more.
Oh yeah.
But this game is like
3150.
So he just called the open, and now he's going to back raise
Oh, you mean
to
the...
3150, and we're going to play a big pot here.
Yeah, we'll put it in here, but it won't no cap like no.
I think Christian thinks he just has the best hand,
I'll put it in
All
here
in.
in a moment.
but he is wrong.
What the fuck do you do with jacks, right? What the fuck do you do with jacks?
Now back around to Justin, who's got to know this is not a good spot for him.
Yeah,
As I mentioned, actually, all the 8s are dead.
like weeks, 'cause I didn't play
So-
the last few weeks before I went to the main, I don't think. So I haven't seen you in like about a month, I think.
Short of him making a heart flush or a straight,
Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's
Yeah,
good.
no, I haven't.
he is not winning this hand.
Wayne would tell me like last minute if there was a seat. In the last few weeks before there wasn't a seat, so
Yeah.
there's no reason for me to be here on Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah, so
Yeah, actually, I remember. It's been a while.
And I think what's going into his thinking here is
yes, please.
Just, is it possible both my opponents have ace-king?
I'll take one.
Thanks, Ante.
No, bro, I'm good. Thank you so much.
I believe he's also Christian's brother-in-law and thinks that Christian is probably getting out of line, which he sort of is.
I can't wait to see these.
I call a lot
hands.
more money with the worst hand, but I don't
But
want to.
but Murphy here has it.
Really? Which one? The king? The
We're gonna play a $10,000 pot here.
Christian goes once.
Oh, that's right. Christian only does.
6.
Yeah.
Christian runs it once,
God, can you imagine if I went
and Murphy
I
I was
was,
so close.
I was thinking if
gets
I
all
was
the
stuck
cookies
like
here
that, I
with
would've
pocket
hit it.
aces.
Would you have
I
cracked
would have hit
aces
it,
too?
yeah.
Yeah, you would have
You
hit
would have
it.
cracked aces?
I would have made it straight, Christian.
Oh, you had
I'm glad I
aces.
wasn't stuck 2 grand. If I was stuck 2 grand, I'd
As
gamble.
Christian's
Wow.
call and then back raise with
That's
ace
good.
jack
So
suited
you
does
want
not work
more than
out.
one, person calls aces to
Ace are
stack.
pretty much.
Covered up.
I thought that board was all
Oh,
over.
what did you have? Christian?
2, 3, yeah.
King 3 offsuit.
But you didn't show, right?
7, 9.
No, you don't need to tell us. I thought you showed. You don't need to tell me. Well, I knew he was really strong. I thought you knew that too, unless you guys have history or something. I don't know.
Yes.
I'm gonna go break down.
Much time to get
I was
aces,
never
huh?
gonna,
I know.
unless I got it all in pre-flop, I
That's
was
all
never
ready
gonna
to
see the
make.
river anyway.
Like, I would just wake up with a hand and someone wake me a second best. Like, chance, I have king.
We're gonna have 2 big blinds.
Are you the right choice? Game 2.
Yes, but Christian always does one.
You're just a big blind.
Only if someone else
What am I?
agrees.
2 big blinds. 2 big blinds.
I
With
was just thinking about calling, but
2
Christian
answers
has
down the
garbage.
So you already did that.
He, I thought, I was like, okay, if he has ace king and Christian has garbage,
money.
my hand's
Is
not that
Christian,
bad.
was he tilting? Was he stuck or something?
No, he's up.
The game just started.
Yeah, Justin explaining his reasoning thinks that Christian is pretty light
He was definitely up.
and is hoping that Murphy just has ace king and that he can gamble with pocket eights.
But he didn't 3-bet to begin with.
That was like what, 11K pot, 10K pot?
As we see though, putting someone on ace king, hoping someone has ace king so that you can flip with them, not the most profitable strategy in poker.
150.
And Justin wisely did find the fold. Ace 5 running into aces now.
Wanna have the TV on?
Aces going around the table.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Like NHL would be
And
great.
Yen can be pretty aggressive pre-flop, and she's got a good hand to get aggressive with.
I tried.
475.
See what happens if it folds around to her. Murphy with eights just lets it go, which of course is good.
Easy, easy.
And so does Yen.
Easy, but easy, easy.
So JJ taking this one down
First hand I won today.
with the Angels,
So it's my straddle, yeah?
American Airlines, as he would say.
5 on the button.
Wait, how was it? Was it Parrot versus Straddle last hand?
No, there was 2 big blinds because he got up on his blind.
Oh, well, next time don't just like
Is it NHL?
keep it and just like, you know what I mean?
No, there's 2
Thank
big
you.
blinds. The straddle goes. He just gets lucky on his straddle. You made an extra 50.
No, I understand, but like just so that
5 on the button.
like everyone stays the, you know what I mean? Same. Yeah. Like kind of like what we would do if it was. all
Shout
the
out to
same.
the chat, Brandon Perillo, what's going on?
But yeah, you.
Relative of Murphy's, I gather.
Thank you very much, sir.
The Clown,
Quiet.
how's it going? Jimmy B.
That's correct.
Yeah, no.
Fat Bob Records over on Twitch. Leonardo Maguzzi,
Also,
getting
yeah,
better.
pocket eights, you would've won too.
Nice to have you all with us.
You
Both
had
would've
my
made it
hand.
straight.
You don't fold that hand when I'm.
Race here from Mo with the ace jack suited.
No, I'm just kidding. It's a good fold. Obviously. I had aces.
Murphy calls on the button.
So white chip that could read?
Justin calls, and that brings in Harry as well. 4 ways to a flop here.
Fair enough.
King, queen, deuce. Queen for both Murphy and Justin. Checks around quickly. Nine on the turn.
300.
And Justin gets the other queen 10 to fold.
Why'd you put 5?
Oh.
I don't mind the queen 10 fold there, but it maybe illustrates why you can just fold it pre-flop.
What?
Queen 10 offsuit,
What are you doing?
just going to be making a lot of marginal hands and in be in pretty marginal spots post-flop. See Hiracha there. I've not seen him on the stream lately. I did see him out in the hallway earlier. Got to say hi. Really nice guy. Really fun to have on the stream as well.
Oh yeah? No way.
Yeah, I brought some samples. Let's see, how are you doing?
Magician 12 says, I've never seen a big ante game where I live. Is this common in casinos or California, or is it just for TV? Mostly just for TV. It's a game that, as far as I know, was invented pretty much for this stream. Grew out of a game that existed here several years ago where it was 5-5 with everybody anteing $5. They simplified that by just having the big blind ante $50. So it's just sort of an unusual format that really only exists on Live at the Bike and on streams that take place here, or games that take place that were streamed that continue after the stream goes off. Maybe not only at Live at the Bike, but as far as I know, it was invented here on Live at the Bike.
So I upload it like on an app.
Yen with the best of it this time. Bets flop and turn and takes it down.
So now I don't have to take my vaccine card anymore. You know, I can just use my app.
It's an interesting format, though. I'm not sure anybody has really sorted out the implications of it. I know that
Yeah, let's do it. Please, yes, thank you.
the player who has done the most interesting experimenting with the implications of this format is JJ, who you'll see
I'm okay with keeping it on as long as everyone's
No,
okay.
no, because
doing a variety of
So I was gonna end it
limping that he never ever does in games with more standard formats.
I like it on, but.
Double more bomb pots?
after stream. Because we can't run it on here on the thing. Yeah, we have to have like, we have to have 2 of these strips.
See JJ limping with the ace-7 offsuit. Again, in a standard no-limit hold'em game, this would be a terrible play, but he would never do this in a standard game. He's doing this because there's the $50 big blind ante out there. Harry raises it up with ace-4 suited.
Just kill it on the back right, come back? Yeah. Oh no, for the double board.
JJ folded, but Mo called. Graphic is incorrect. Going heads up to a flop here.
No, I'm saying, what PLO don't we get down four cards?
Yeah, here.
Oh.
Harry flops bottom pair,
About there, you can't do 2 boards for the.
Oh.
and Mo lets it go.
Yeah, doesn't the camera read the board? This is
No,
what
the
we
sensor
need.
reads them.
That's
Oh, the
true.
sensor reads it?
But, yeah, but it has, but also on the, because I know the software, there's no way it's built to show 2 boards. But I guess you could technically keep the camera on there, but it won't. The graphic won't show up on the. Our cards would.
No,
Technically, I guess we
55. 60,
Yeah.
60, sorry.
Because the announcer.
I mean, we don't have to do it, but I think
Something that I can discuss with like Wayne and Brian.
Because this will take the cards, because there's only 2 cards.
Yeah.
The board and.
Or with the camera would have to
Yeah.
stay on the board.
it'd also be harder, I don't know, if you care about the audience, it's probably harder for them to follow along.
Yeah, for sure.
You're like, oh, the top board, the bottom board.
But I would love commentating that.
Oh, yeah.
I would just,
It would be super
dude,
fun.
I would. That'd be insane.
Yeah, he had to post 6
Insanely fun.
miss blind in this shot. Or miss blind in the ante. Oh yeah, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5.
It's
125.
funny that like almost everyone that I've showed the double boards here, they're just like, that's all they want to play after like a few times.
Raise 125.
Candidate. Yeah, I know. You know, they're all like, I don't know.
Then
I'm
they
always
play a
just
couple hands
just
and they're like,
try
this is
once.
great.
Yeah, like just try one.
Mike, I started with 4.
4, okay, you started 4, not 5.
So Murphy opens this one. Just a call from Harry with ace-queen suited on the button.
No.
Oh yeah. that
Christian
was-
gets in there as well. Jack-5 offsuit.
Yeah. We were doing like, I think we did 1 orbit. We're doing like dealer change, and then we would do like 2.
Checks through on the flop.
And then it became like an orbit when the dealer changed, and then Johnny Chan like played a few. And he said he never has supposedly. And then we went back to playing regular. It's like, guys, can we just play all?
Harry
all
bets
pots?
the turn and wins
See
it.
this, the pots are small. Like we have a straddle on, but it's true. Compared to like the double board, there's just money in every single pot. We're like, okay.
Yeah, eventually the day just turned into nothing but double board.
Yeah. We did a few weeks ago too. That was fun. You were crushing Charlie's soul. Were you there?
Who's commentating?
Yeah, he was so frustrating, Charlie.
Charlie.
The straddle's off right now, but I know you like
Charlie, the chocolate factory.
Yeah. I feel
The
like
straddle's off right now, but Christian.
me, you, and Christian were having fun, and Charlie was just like,
And I think Justin was like sidelining.
yeah.
Oh yeah, he was like working.
Justin was like,
They're
"Alright,
talking
you
about.
crushed everybody out.
I was playing on the stream
Put any more money
a couple weeks ago. I got annihilated on the stream. The stream ended. I kept getting annihilated, and then we switched to just double board bomb pots, where I couldn't flop anything. Playing $100 double board bomb pots every hand. It was miserable.
Poker's like meant to be fun. Like if you're not feeling that, it's like even if you like the analogy I can use is like one of my musician friends. We used to go to the dog park together, and like he kind of like showed me all the ropes. And he'd be like, "Hey, dude, you gotta like notice the vibe. If there's some like not good dogs or kind of aggro dogs, like don't force it. You can be there for 1 minute and be like, all right, time to go talk."
Check the
Same thing
draft.
with poker. Like if you're not feeling it or whatever, something throws you off. Like you can take a break or you can
Fold.
just come back the next day. It's the same shit. Like if the vibe's not good for you, you're not gonna have a good day.
I agree.
Like poker's already like tough enough. Like if you're not there mentally,
Mo Rivers is set. Let's just check down on the river. Huh.
No, he got a set? I had a gut shot on it.
No, I heard it.
he had it.
He's paid for it?
Yes.
He did.
Thank you. Thank you.
Obi! Who wants one? Christian wants it.
Please.
Who else wants wine? Harry, you want wine?
I'm good.
Is it your Harry sometimes? It's like,
You like Harry?
maybe while he's fighting us. Third person, you know? Like,
Yeah,
you
he's
know?
talking to his-
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
I realized it right away. It's still fun. $175.
Ace is here for Casper.
You got it.
That's good, Mike.
Take it. Take it, one blue.
What'd you say?
And no love.
And I said, how disappointing.
It's a shame.
What about if they decided to take, time, like a $10, $25, $13?
For this game?
Yeah.
I
It's better for us.
From
Yeah,
what I
I know.
understand, they've been trying to do that for ages.
Yeah, I was about to say we
They
tried to
just
do
keep
that like
saying
years
no.
ago. Although that's not out of the realm. I could try for next week. I mean, it doesn't hurt to talk to Jonathan.
Yeah.
The collection pot, right? Is that what you mean?
Sapphire Heart says, Twitch recommended this channel to me today. Did not realize you guys have a live stream. I literally just played at the bike this past weekend. Thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in. And thanks for playing at the bike as well.
Christian, make sure
Let
it's
us know
got
what
everything
stakes
on
you
the
played
table.
and how you did.
Okay, all right, just make sure the bottom there's no,
I'm not even gonna
$10 an hour.
no, usually when I pour it, it can,
Oh, like,
can drip down a little bit, like,
no, I think it's
if
good,
there is,
but
just
I'm
wipe
not-
it.
I'm not gonna.
55.
Good rule of thumb not to help
Yeah,
out with
I'd
the
rather just not do this one.
Race here from Harry.
275.
I fold.
Re-raise from Christian. We'll take it down.
I had king 10 suited.
I had 7 dudes, so that kind of eliminated your favorite.
All my outs.
Yeah. Now I feel like I should start drinking.
I guess that you should never. I don't even know where my train
He's
of
starting
thought-
it.
Baby Cham over on Twitch, thank you for the kind words. Says, I've been watching for so long now, I feel like I know some of these players.
Oh, fuck it, I already did it. It's meant to be.
Settle.
I like that. Hopefully I don't get mouse punished by that. Hey, the Clippers are on a run, Christian.
6 in a row, 7 in a row.
Yeah,
No, I think they lost one of the Bulls. They were like on a 5-game winning streak.
Bulls
or
are hot
6-game winning
right
streak, then they lost to the Bulls, and
Like
now
the
they won
DeRozan
another
is
one.
like fucking.
They killed us yesterday.
Raise from Christian. Justin wakes up with ace king.
Don't worry about Chicago killing the Lakers. Worry about bullshit teams like OK City.
Well, when is LeBron playing?
Re-raise.
I think he's playing Friday.
500.
Lakers
Take
are,
it.
But I don't really follow NBA. I stopped
Justin
following
3-bets,
NBA
it's
when
really small.
I just follow football and.
You want to size your 3-bets a bit bigger when you're out of position as opposed to in position.
with the swings of NBA.
Christian going to come along, and now 7-4-3 on the flop, 2 diamonds. Good flop for Christian.
The best thing I could tell you, Harry, and I
Not only for his hand, but also for his range. He's probably going to be the only person who has
baseball and I went fourth quarter basketball. 'Cause that's when I
sets and straights here.
If I didn't bet, I probably wouldn't even watch anything. To be honest with you.
Actually, I could watch a whole basketball game, but it has to be with someone I can't.
Doesn't have a huge number of chips behind, though.
If you were hanging out with me, I could watch a whole game.
So Justin probably can bet his aces and kings here with relative impunity.
Well, I don't really
Christian's just going to call Justin's bet here on the flop
Betting is once you start scoring,
and
you lose the love
turns the best hand the hard way.
of purity of like.
Makes top pair here, so he's not going to be beating Justin's aces and kings now,
team that I want to win.
but he will be beating Justin's high card hands.
Yeah, but then you're not really making good betting
no.
judgments, you know.
But I'm not trying to bet.
I
Like,
know.
betting like $200 on a game that like
Yeah.
I'm happy if they win, if they
Right.
lose, it's like whatever. You know?
Some people do the exact opposite. They bid against their team. That way,
27,
either way, they're happy.
27,
I would never do
25.
that.
Yeah, agree.
I would never ever
26.
bet against my team.
Thought I'd pull stack purple.
So you're a big Clipper fan.
Clippers
Thank
are
you
my
so
favorite.
much. All right.
Justin does check.
We're good.
And a very small bet here from Christian.
What's Jonathan's position?
Deal me out, please.
Looks like 600
His title.
into 2200.
What was he before? I thought he was just like a host.
Yeah, I think he got.
I think I kind of like this. If Justin were to shove here, Christian would just call. But by betting this exact size, he specifically puts Justin's ace-kings in a very annoying spot.
Where?
Jonathan.
Oh, Jonathan here.
Now he's,
Not the manager.
he's one of the top guys now.
Who else is he manager? Like, I guess he's manager.
He would be the head manager.
Yeah, gets a call here from Justin's ace high, which means Christian's bet was, I think, very well sized.
For sure it's my favorite.
6 on the river isn't going to help Justin really ever, I don't think.
I'm talking about George.
And now Christian can, I think, check this back.
With Mike. No, not
Okay.
No, Christian's going to go for value here.
Anyways,
I see him, I'll let you.
And Justin doesn't really beat anything. I mean, I think I like checking this back in Christian's spot. I think by betting here, you get every hand better than yours to call and every hand worse than yours to fold. Although maybe Justin will talk himself into a call here. There's a lot of dynamic between these two players. So maybe Christian gets to go a little bit thinner here than
Table games.
Oh,
he might against someone else.
there for poker, okay.
I think he might be right now through like transitional, I guess. Hopefully I'm not in trouble by saying so much, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a
Yeah.
Pretty sure you can.
We've
look
already
all-
seen
Okay, cool.
Justin tank in a couple of
Don't want to be the rat.
spots with pretty marginal hands because Christian is involved.
When like revamp.
Clearly thinks that Christian is out of line.
Some people know a lot of stuff and some people don't. I'm just like
Even if that's the case, though,
told you, so I
this is pretty thin. I mean, you're really hoping that Christian has something like Jack 10 of diamonds,
know, then I just tell you everything.
Queen Jack of diamonds. You even have the Ace of diamonds in your hand, so he can't have. Christian can't have something like Ace 10 of diamonds. So it's annoying, but if you're getting bluffed here, you're getting bluffed, I think. And this is not a good hand to call down with, I don't think.
6,500. Stupidest bet ever. Right when I made it, Brian was looking at me and Wayne were like,
I'm surprised they had so many people.
yeah.
Justin finally does make the fold.
Kind of crushed.
And Christian
Were the other tournaments
wins a
like
chunky
10%?
pot there.
Well, not crushed, but probably like 30% of
They're getting a good board. 9 native diamonds after being 3-bet by Justin.
Yeah.
Even when the Win had their,
It's the main, too.
Did you have
when the Win had their like 10 million guarantee.
like crush?
Is the
or
first
like,
Robbie ace high?
fuck off.
I wouldn't be lying if I said I had a flush draw.
Yeah, but there could be
People
like
just
a
love
pair.
tournaments, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
I was thinking, I was
I don't
like,
know why.
I like river. I'll be so mad if it was like a flush
Great
draw
value,
with
even
6.
10,000
It was
to win
like,
8 million.
you didn't have base
And
diamond.
anyone can.
With that being said, how do you guys
Oh, and I.
have a good relationship after this
Wait,
poker?
did I start it?
Oh, I
No,
don't
he
know.
started it.
No, I started it. Yeah, so you're the last one.
I know.
No, no,
No,
he
no,
started
he
because he felt like it. It
started
wasn't part of the
one.
Oh,
round.
then I'm
He's
starting.
next. You start next
Okay,
round.
okay, okay. Good.
So what?
You're
You're
nothing.
okay.
Okay, I'm nothing. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing.
He starts to straddle next
You are
time.
everything.
Oh, he just straddled to straddle.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think we
We
should
played
just
heads
keep
up
one
PLO
person
for
so
like
we're not.
a
Yeah,
while.
it's me. It's me. I just
What
wasn't
is
sure
it?
if it was a straddle round.
Yeah, yeah, no, no,
I
no, you're
kinda
okay.
forgot.
I would have reminded her if it was
PLO,
anything.
but I
75.
was just crushing.
I mean, anyone can win a tournament, that's the thing, you know?
Yeah,
And I was getting so
one of the
mad.
kids-
Well,
one of
There
the
was like
kids
a
that,
week
Hey,
and he
225.
destroyed me at
Joshua
PLO. I
or
was getting
something,
so
like
mad.
Japanese guy. He was playing 5-5 here like a few weeks ago.
Oh, he's still in?
He's in 14 chips. He's playing 5-5, and I played 5-10 with him, and he's like,
Oh, run the, oh.
yeah, he's like, even 5-10 is kind of big from when I played with him a few months
Oh,
ago.
really? Oh, wow, so yeah, that's
Like
like
he was buying him
life
for like
changing,
like 100 bigs in 5-10. So. Nuts.
Flop flush here for Murphy. Christian. Excuse me, Casper is going to call here. I think when you don't have the 3 of clubs in your hand, this is a pretty straightforward fold in Casper's spot. Even if you have the best hand right now, it's going to be so hard to get to showdown with a hand like pocket 3s.
I'm taking break. I'm letting you know.
Checks to Murphy again after both players call.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And if pocket 3s is a fold on the flop, I think ace deuce off with no club definitely is as well.
And then also that dude with the big beard.
Casper lets it go, and
Okay,
so
and
does
he,
Christian.
Played on our high stakes Friday a few times too. So.
I follow that guy on Instagram. Tracy Ante.
Yeah. So his best friend used to be a supervisor at
Andrew.
Andrew. Yeah. So I was at Andrew's wedding. He's not married anymore, but I was at his wedding with Chase. Chase is like the friendliest soul of all time.
It seems like a nice dude.
Yeah.
Ace 7 here for Casper on the button.
I wanted to call that so bad.
Ace high. Save that for someone that.
Ace queen for JJ.
Dude, you had like Jack 6 of diamonds, and the river was a 6.
Still thinking about it. 575.
Maybe not. I don't know.
3 bets and Casper lets it go. Sapphire Heart says, is this a group of regulars that play on stream from time to time, or is there a constant rotation of new players? A little bit of both. Justin, relatively new to the stream. Yen, relatively new to the stream, and I don't think we've seen Murphy before. But some of these other players we've seen quite a lot. Harry, obviously, plays in the stream a ton. JJ stops in to play every once in a while. Casper's played on the show a bunch lately, as has Christian.
Yeah, Travis call. Call.
Couple limps here.
Okay, I'm going to take out the seat just in case Mr. Flynn doesn't come.
Fair
So
enough.
someone didn't want to come play with us.
375.
Christian's just going to try to win this one pre-flop. Thing is, though, people just don't like folding once they've limped. So when you're raising it up out of position, you mostly just want to have it.
I got it. All right. Well, he's sensitive.
I know, but I'm just going to scoot this on.
Yeah, Casper not folding here.
Playing easies with him, you know?
See if that brings Justin along. I've seen that he doesn't really think Christian has it ever.
So is Daniel always excited when you're playing? He gets to watch you?
So he is going to make the call.
Yeah.
Yeah?
We need some in play. I color out some.
He told me like
we need some in
about
play.
2 to 3 years ago, like when you started playing Nolan.
Three players.
Like, yeah, I think that's when you guys just dating.
Ace 7-6.
Yeah.
You know, and I told him the same thing that I told. Like,
Pairs of sevens for Justin and Christian.
get in contact with Wayne because like it's important that I like to play honest. So like I try to stay as hands off.
And this is an example of what I'm talking about, really, with raising out of position here over limps with these weak hands. Is
I like to go back to
Christian really has no idea where he is in this hand.
because I normally play limit. I play a lot more.
Flop checks through.
by far.
2 pair for Justin on the turn.
I get bored with limit sometimes too because it's been so long over here. I just started playing more no limit during the pandemic.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, Nolan has got me
Yeah.
1,000 times funner than attacking the goal, and it's just like.
Yeah, it's more creative.
Casper's going to take a stab at this.
Yeah, there's
I think he might think that he could have the best hand,
I wanted just to like be a zombie, then I would
but we see that he does not.
also Wayne does all the
Producing?
no, like setting up.
Yeah. I mean, I'd probably help him, depending on the week, a few percents. Maybe some weeks I help him like 20%, some weeks I'll help him 5%.
All in.
Just depends on what's happening.
Justin just jams.
Especially since it's only like been about
And this should end this one.
it's pretty easy kind of. I'll help him
Quick
with
fold
ideas.
from Christian.
Like I'll tell him like, you know, this person's like action for the show.
Yeah.
You know, this girl, she's probably on our show for obvious reasons. She's a girl and I
Yeah.
like her. So I kind of like
Casper wondering here if
help him with ideas, but not with like getting the player.
Justin has some sort of draw, but you'd think most of those would bet the flop, and he does let it go.
Five.
What was the river?
9, 9.
Yeah, that was the last fucking river I want to see.
Mo, you want to be in the box? I saw it.
He was here.
He was.
You're not going crazy.
Murphy, the big winner so far,
Round is on right now.
running away with it, almost up 8K. Christian down 4K, JJ down 3K.
Who's that?
Did the river help you?
Are we doing bomb pot?
Yeah, I was honestly thinking like, yeah, I was thinking about flatting. I was very much on the fence, like flat or all in. Obviously, I'm all in.
So you just recently started the shot round, right? Like 2 hands ago or whatever?
Yeah. It'll end on me.
Yeah, bomb pot, 100 and choose. 100 or person. Are we freezing?
So we're going to play a $100 bomb pot here.
Random.
Yeah, it's all good.
Unless you have Harry like 3 hours in when he's supposed to get the
No,
points.
no, no,
It says we're freezing the button.
It's better to double check than to...
Were you here that day or no?
Yeah, I was in the box.
Oh.
It's just the most fun in the world.
Charlie was so annoyed.
Yep.
Yeah, I was having a rough day. That turned out to be the biggest losing day I've ever had, actually. And I appreciate JJ bringing it up again. Pocket queens here for Yen. Tricky spot because in a bomb pot anybody can have a 10. But we see that no one does. She bets small, which is going to be the preferred sizing, I think, with a hand like this in a situation like this. And takes it down. It's a nice pot for Yen. LA Pro who plays daytimes. Her husband Dan is also a professional poker player.
No, there was just this guy who bet. It was like I don't know how much was in there, $600 in the bomb pot. He just bet like $50 and like everyone folded. Or like everyone but one person. I was like, shit, like I think the strategy in bomb pots is just min bet.
There was this Asian guy who does that at Commerce that I play with. I saw he was on Poker Go a little bit on the World Series, like that 3 hours. His name was Lamb. Yeah. Like, do you see that hand where the dude flopped the straight and moneymaker took him out? That was my friend Sean. But anyways, yeah, that guy was in that hand. And he does that type of stuff.
But it's like in the spot she was just in, she bets $100 and like all of us were like, nope, see ya. You know, totally could do that with any hand.
Until it doesn't work.
Until it doesn't work. But at least it's 100 into like 600.
150.
Raise from Justin with a 7 deuce. Christian calls from the small blind. These two players, they like to tangle. King 6-3. Nothing up there for Christian. Justin checks this back, and I mean, I think if you're going to raise pre-flop with 7 deuce, you get this flop. You probably need to bet. And Justin's just going to check it down to the river here, and now he's going to fire out
200.
a small bet, maybe telling the story he has a jack. Christian just has 10 high and lets it go, and Justin gets away with one.
I should have called you at third pair there.
You didn't have to.
I had 9.
Really? No way.
Sam Gasparian says, "Let's go, Casper."
Well. I feel like you would have insta-called me with anything there.
Some fans of Casper, Justin, Yen, and JJ turning up in the chat here tonight.
Oh, those are friends. Last row. The enemies if I've ever heard one. $175. Maybe that's why they play poker together. Somewhere they can do it's like quasi family friendly.
Clyde Frog says, "Are there any bikes at the bike?" No, I don't believe so, and I think it'd be a pretty hard area to even ride a bike to. So no actual bikes. Lots of poker though. As we see Casper picking up the king high flush draw here. After check calling the flop. going to do the same on the turn. Whiff on the river. Somehow Christian winds up with the best hand. And I think if you're Christian, you have to figure that your 7 is not likely to be best. We see that it is. But Casper was calling with something. So do you want to bet here on the river and potentially try to get a jack to fold? Christian does not. He'll take his showdown value, and it's going to work out for him this time as he wins this one with a pair of 7s. A couple of Murphy fans in the chat as well. I forgot about that. Enjoy Jars, Brian Gump, what's going on?
I don't know what he's doing today. I haven't talked to him today.
I saw him before I went to the main.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's just hanging out in the bar. I don't know.
Anytime he does that.
Chilling by himself.
I feel like the majority of the time I've like.
Jake Keyboy says,
With him, he was not playing poker.
hello from Adelaide, Australia. Hello from down under.
And then was at the bar. watching
Thank you so much for joining us. It's probably what, 7 or 8 in the morning there? I'm glad you could be here. Beautiful country. Got to visit Melbourne a bit before COVID shut everything down. It's an incredibly fun city. Wish I could spend more time there. Have not been to Adelaide though. Jakey Boy says it's actually midday. My bad. Five-way pot here. Ace queen, somehow still good. It would be crazy if this checked down and ace queen won. Well, JJ already had the lead, but now he's definitely got a lead.
Sorry, guys.
350.
What did I miss? Anything?
Small bet here from JJ, which I like. And Justin's going to feel obligated to pay this off. I think you can actually just fold. It sounds crazy, but when JJ is firing 5 ways, and he's going to have so little presumed fold equity, probably just better to let ace with no kicker go.
So he's a straddle right now.
Yeah, he's the straddle. Thank you very much.
You want some wine?
That's our first decent pot I want there.
Everybody makes mistakes,
Wait,
myself included.
Was this a straddle one? It was, right?
Kill Bluff says, can you tell people the stereotypes about Australia are not true? There are not kangaroos hopping down the streets.
No, this
No,
was
no,
last
this
one.
is last one. I
Oh,
was
because
last
you
one.
just, yeah, that's right.
Well, I never saw any in Melbourne, but I imagine they're hopping down some streets somewhere, right? There are kangaroos. There are lots of kangaroos in Australia. They're hopping somewhere.
Well, he just said one round.
They must at some point hop in the streets, right? Maybe not in the big cities where everyone lives, but somewhere.
Even though that's not my style.
Because the poker players don't have high moral caliber.
I say that's not my style, but I feel like
Clyde Frog says, I probably would have called without knowing anything about JJ.
even when I'm playing at the
I get what you're saying. It's especially a fold because it's JJ who's going to be pretty aware of these dynamics. But also, I think that's a spot that gets called too frequently throughout live poker. When it's a 5-way pot and something like that happens, when there's an ace on the river and it's checked all the way down, it makes all kinds of sense for the preflop raiser to have a big ace. And there's so little incentive to actually bluff in that spot that I think that when people have a hand like an ace with a weak kicker, they're actually calling more than they should.
Sorry, buddy boy. Sorry, buddy boy. Good luck, Chip.
I see just wait one hand mo and then you can come in on the big one.
Send the double
Or this is a straddle round off now.
Yeah, it just feels very tempting to call because you have top pair. But I think that's actually kind of wrong.
Oh.
Not that it's a terrible call or anything like that, but I think that the natural tendency of most players is to call too loosely there.
No. I had a queen.
But we agreed to one off.
Another dude.
Jay Keyboy does clarify that kangaroos can hop down the streets in country towns.
Oh, it can't be a
However,
straddle?
shrimp on the barbecue
Oh, JJ, you're not.
and corks hanging from your hat ain't a thing. Shrimp on the Barbie, I'm familiar with. I don't know the corks hanging from your hat stereotype.
You're up, right? Why don't we just keep the straddle on? You don't want to keep it on?
Well, that's what I already.
Okay, you know what? Do whatever you want. You want to one on, one off?
Well, why can't everybody else just do it? Why was it mandated
Oh,
for
I like
everybody?
your idea.
I don't care. You guys, it's your hand.
You
Play
sure you
straddle.
don't mind if I like
don't
straddle
mind at all.
1,000 a hand?
Straddle every hand you can. It doesn't bother me at all. I just don't want to be forced to.
Yeah. We don't want you to be close to God forbid, yeah? That's a great way of
Harry sparring with Murphy for doing the exact thing that Harry does on every stream.
Not worried about that. Worried about today.
You know what? I like that.
Thank you.
Just worry about today. Have a tunnel vision instead of panorama vision.
Katie Roach says, what animal always wins at poker?
I'm Harry, by the way. What's your name?
Nice to meet you.
And I assume that's going to be a joke with a punchline. Now you have to tell us what the punchline is because I just read it.
Oh, you're in the neighborhood. 4 players. What up, diggity dog?
AC.
Thank you, brother. For all you do. For all you do. Thank you, sir. Because if I start...
Killbluff says, corks hanging from the hat is to stop flies or whatever annoying you. Huh. Yeah, I guess you could, I'm trying to picture it. I guess you could swing your hat a little bit and the flies would have to climb off. But then you'd have corks swinging around in your face, so I'm not sure I get it. I'm not going to Google it. I've just been told it doesn't exist anyway.
It's going.
Katie Roche says, a bluff low. Very good. Thank you, Katie. Monster draw here for JJ. Picks up a gutter here and seems like a good candidate to go for a second barrel. He is going to and gets the fold from Yen's pair of sevens.
Every time he bets, you have to fold. It's good for JJ, you know, this is the perfect storm for JJ.
No more big one, right?
Next time.
You know, JJ is
Like
a freaking player.
5.
He's the 5-5-50.
I love him in the game.
Or 5-55 if that's easier to remember.
I love me some JJ.
Yeah, because I can't beat you.
What do you mean? Maybe that's my own
Live straddle 50.
I still remember when I was playing the smallest game here. And Gary was like, still the king, but when we were, you know, he was looking at you playing live with like crazy. And now I became enough of a DJ to play into the games, you know?
Get him, Harry.
225.
Killbluff says the corks thing was more common in the older days. That makes sense. I'm picturing it sort of being like the American stereotype of the
You're on the feature table, you know, like the way you look.
hitchhiker with like a stick.
Cameras on you, you're practicing.
that has all their things tied up in a bandana at the end of it. That's something I used to see a lot in books when I was a kid, but I've never actually seen that in America anywhere.
Slide him down. Fuck, man.
But maybe in the old-timey days, that is how people carried their things.
Oh my god.
You would have been so pissed if you had my hand.
Check these, I'm sorry.
Probably.
King Killer says, where is he reading this stuff from? YouTube. Yes. Reading some of it from YouTube, some of it from Twitch. Got both the chats going here. Casper going to take a shot at this flop. Not a terrible flop to bluff at, even 3 ways. But Christian is a sticky character from what we've seen.
I mean, I'll watch UCLA game or a Ducks game. That's about it. I'll watch UFC.
Not a great turn card here for Casper. Seems like a card where Christian could pretty easily pick up equity, whether that's 2 pair or a straight, or now a pair plus a straight draw. But Casper's going to keep firing here, and Christian just with a pair of deuces. Still not a believer. And Casper somehow gets there on the river. Straight now.
Oh, I had a straight flush draw, and of course I made the nuts.
And
wow. Harry, I had a straight flush draw, and I missed the flush, but went runner.
Yeah, 2000.
it looks like Christian led at the river, basically putting Casper all in, and Casper snapped it off. I'm not sure if the graphic showed that, but I think that's what happened. So a nice pot for Casper, who gets there the hard way, and gets Christian to bluff the river with just a pair of deuces.
It was a great bet.
Just didn't have much left behind.
I didn't want to check that.
This is Charlie Wilmoth here with you on Live at the Bike. You can find me on Twitter at Third Walking. Check out my podcast, Third Man Walking, Poker Podcast, about the life grinding poker here in Los Angeles.
You're just crazy, man. You're fucking crazy. Stop playing like Christian.
I'm what?
Stop playing like Christian.
That's the fucking champ. What do you mean?
Now I'm second guessing like how I'm folding.
No, what?
No, you were saying before like the way I folded.
Limp here for Perry.
Harry made you feel
I gotta switch
insecure.
it all up.
Don't change your game.
Switching it all up.
I don't have a very good hand, Christian, I
I've got
promise.
8 big blinds. I'm ready to shove.
Go heads up here with Christian, announcing straight off that he doesn't have much of a hand.
Okay, you're
Pretty nice
out
flop
of
for
here, but I
Christian.
have 7 high. I check.
Looks like they'll check it down.
Alright, you're gonna get 100.
Okay, I fold it.
Nope. Christian bets small and takes it down. So I will be back with you in about 2 minutes. I'm going to take a brief break, but hang out, and I'll be right back.
I made a pay. You want to fucking tilt me? You having fun? Just let me know when you stop having fun.
That's gonna be a while.
You're making too much money working. Great. Just cock blocking me right now, JJ. Got cock blocked by JJ. I got
Sorry,
KO'd by JJ.
I don't want to be a cock blocker. My bad.
Just gonna fold everything now. Wait, let me see how to do it over here. Oh, it fucking hurt my neck doing that. You know, if you don't do it naturally, you just can't do it.
Now, but now, yeah, I don't know.
You have to do it naturally for it to like work.
200 on top.
One day I'm gonna limp trap. One day I'm gonna be smart enough to do a limp trap.
Can you give Kevin aces or kings, bro? So he can play him.
You show up late, you go on break, and then you come in and start.
I
checking.
always
It's
go on break,
hilarious.
bro.
Well,
I win or
I'm sure
lose, I go on break.
after you won that pot, it's been like locked
The
down.
break is the reason why I come. If you ask me what's more important to me, poker, money, or go on break, break. Back in the day, they used to have bumper stickers. I break for surfing, or I break for this, or I like breaking, like, you know. They love doing something, and they usually use the word break. It's a slang, you know, I break. So, I poker for break.
I break for poker, right?
No, that won't work.
That won't work.
The joke is, I poker for break.
I'm picking up what you said there.
Now I know what he's saying.
When is the Strela round start?
On me.
Back then.
It's like science.
Okay, sorry about that, everybody. See Harry picking up pocket kings here and just limping.
150.
Race here for Mo, who is not going to like what happens next.
Most common Armenian names. Arthur.
Arthur, John. There's a lot.
John. That's me. John.
Harry just calls, though. 5 deuce deuce.
225.
But
He's at least going to get a C-bet out of Mo.
John is J-O-N, right?
No, J-O-H.
Oh, okay, like
See that he's got Mo drawing almost dead. Harry's going to raise it up here, and that gets a quick fold.
Better. Better than poker.
Another limp from Harry. JJ limps as well. So no straddle on these last couple hands. After that kerfuffle between Murphy and Harry. And go 4 ways here. Good flop for JJ. Top 2.
I heard you.
And no one has
You were like,
much.
I'm gonna limp in, and that's exactly why I didn't raise. I was like,
thinking
this
the
guy's
exact
probably
same
gonna
thing. I
punish
was
me.
like, JJ's got it this time. He's got aces. He's just waiting for Christian to bomb off with deuce 7. I got deuce 7.
You already got me off my hand once today. I don't know if I was down a hole twice. If I'm ETF
Ace 10 is
2
good,
times
JJ.
today. No ace 10.
Okay, ace 9.
Getting warmer.
Ace 5, okay, ace 5 too.
Getting a little more distant.
Ace 3, alright.
Even more distant.
Ace
You were way off the grid.
ace
125.
Now you're back off the grid.
Then people are gonna think that I saw your cards. You raised it? You fucking raised.
One down.
So a raise from Christian. Murphy just calls the ace queen suited,
3 players.
and Christian flops best.
100.
Clyde Frog says, I'm going to take that word kerfuffle for later. You are welcome to it. I was actually on, I recorded an episode of Isaac's podcast. Isaac is the dealer you see in the bottom right corner of your screen there last week, and he asked me what was a word I liked that people should use more. And the one I came up with was implacable.
Where's your flop, JJ?
But kerfuffle is good too.
Yep.
It's impossible
You nailed
for
it.
him to have that.
So Christian check calls the flop and then check jams the turn. Wow.
Thank you.
Top pair and a flush draw. Or excuse me, a straight draw.
Yeah, it was 125
And that'll get the job done.
Oh, that's all.
Okay, JJ's.
I should say what the name of Isaac's podcast is, but I'm not positive I'm going to get it right. I think it's Passionate People and Preposterous Peeves.
Nothing.
No, not impeccable, implacable. Implacable meaning unable to be placated, unable to be pleased.
You don't know Mo? Mo's OG too.
Really?
Yeah.
It doesn't always be.
Old, like old games still, like old school.
Original games.
Original games.
Where are you from originally? Are you Persian?
Yeah, I'm just third time playing this game.
No, but like Mo's like been playing poker in LA for forever.
225.
Good for you, Mo. I just don't recognize you.
Crazy from Christian over Muslim.
Hawaiian Gardens, right?
10-9 offsuit.
A lot of Hawaiian Gardens or no?
He says
Murphy calls.
Yeah, yeah, limit.
And if Casper has any sense of what Christian's up to here, he'll 3-bet.
Way more fun.
I don't know about that.
Oh, are you crazy?
Yeah.
Are you crazy?
You think it's more fun?
No, it's not more fun.
I'd rather play 100, 200 limit.
can't.
That's fun. Big limit games are fun.
He
Not
folds.
small limit games,
Huh.
big limit games, because you don't see 900. It's usually like 300 to the flop.
That's interesting. I didn't think folding was going to be an option.
I mean, most-
Thought he was considering either 3-betting or calling.
Or if you're playing a smaller limit game, it's like nine
Maybe
way.
because the bigger the game, the more aggressive. So
Okay,
it's more,
Like the money matters.
That for sure is not a fold in a game like this, I don't think.
Whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, if you're playing like
100,
400, 200, 400, you know, or whatever,
100%.
that shit is.
no, but limit's definitely more
Jack
fun.
9-8,
Bellagio,
top pair for Murphy,
playing like a big limit game.
middle pair and a straight draw for Christian.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, in terms of action, it's more fun.
Like you're gonna see more hands.
You're gonna see more
You're gonna get to the river all the
Yeah,
time. Yeah, I get
And
that.
you're more involved because obviously you have to defend. Here it's like,
Eric, over the bottom, you didn't make it, man. Eh?
900.
Bottom ka lead 80%.
It's a
900, yes. 350, raise 900.
And a raise from Murphy here. And this is a raise that wouldn't make a lot of sense if Christian were deep stacked, but we see that he is not. And so when that's the case, when Christian only has a couple thousand and there's a bunch out there already to win, you can kind of just raise top pair and go with it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, JJ.
1950.
Hey, can I get in there?
There's all 1950 total. Call. One
I
is
love
2
it.
times, gentlemen.
for Instagram.
Christian jams, Murphy calls, Christian usually goes
Harry's in
once.
the house.
And Christian makes trips, but top boat for Murphy.
Oh wow. Oh my god.
So Christian gets there on the turn and Murphy gets there again on the river.
I had a jack, queen jack. I had his hand.
And he's going to win a pot of almost $6,000.
Oh, you're running bad, Christian.
I folded ace queen, 3 flops.
Yeah, Casper, don't tell them that, buddy.
Ace queen.
Ace queen.
You lose two.
Yeah.
Queen jack, ace queen.
Now is it my turn to start
No,
it?
yeah.
No, that's not right. I did already.
No, JJ straddles.
JJ was straddle last time. I put it in. It was 50-50, raised 225. Full.
I had the pleasure of playing with him like 3
And-
quarters.
Oh, that's why I put 50.
Yeah, if you make a very tight fold,
Yeah, you called.
My.
You thought it was-
unless you are proven correct that somebody had a monster, I would say probably just keep it to yourself. Ace-10 suited for Murphy. A bunch of players are up from the table. I think it's just a regular straddle pot, so I'm not really sure why Murphy raised so large.
Bingo, bango.
I feel like I drew the wrong seat.
Somehow it gets Justin to just call.
Drew this seat.
Well,
Ace
Matt
king.
was sitting at Christian's seat. You
That's
could
true.
have dropped that bad on the seat.
I was thinking C8.
Go for it.
No, but it's already occupied.
No, we'll make a move.
Make it
That's
move.
225
You got
to
seniority.
750.
Played here before.
All right.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh,
I'm just talking to the people. The
Okay, so Justin did put in the 3-bet.
Right now.
you're supposed to.
Murphy called. Okay, this makes more sense now. And top pair for Justin. And it's again a situation where, yeah, there's a lot out there that you can lose to. There's a lot that can draw out against you, but it's not such a concern because the stacks just aren't that deep. And if you're Justin, you can kind of just get the money in and not worry about it too much, as long as the turn is not a disaster. That one definitely not a disaster. Justin does have the ace of clubs in his hand. So we probably could see a jam here. And we do. And Murphy's going to have to let this go.
Two red queens.
So a 6K pot heading toward Justin.
Nice man. Nice man.
Kevin, did you have two red queens?
Nope.
What has to move now, right?
You did.
No, it's good. It's good.
We just
It
moved
was a
it.
straddle last hand.
Mo, it's right, Mo.
It's your big blind now, Mo.
It feels like you're putting out 50 every hand. Just a different 50.
This is 50.
Show 50. $150.
Justin raises here.
Mo, you in?
Harry calls 7-4 off.
Not limit, Mo.
I'm leaving.
Couple more calls. 8-7 deuce. So middle pair for Harry. And an up and down straight draw for Mo.
$300.
Gutter for Justin as well. So Harry's going to put in a bet here.
3 players.
Middle pair. Couple straight draws out there. Obviously a 9 would be very, very bad news for Mo. So he's just drawing to a 4. Checks through on the turn. And everything whiffs. Pair of sevens, still good. And it looks like Mo bluffed at this. Which certainly seems reasonable given the action and the fact that he has 6 high. Justin's already folded, and I think Harry's going to be pretty hard pressed to find a call here. Mo could certainly have a hand like ace deuce or king 7.
You got anything more? I never played with you, but I feel like this is
Harry is cutting out a call.
nice hand.
Wow, that's a pretty sick call from Harry. The pair of sevens. Sniffs it out. Nice call. That was a funky hand.
300 on the flop.
Joining us now in the booth is JJ De La Garza, fresh off his deep run in the World Series of Poker main event. JJ, what's going on?
Oh, not much, man. You know, it feels like it happened, you know, a few hours ago. It's a painful, the emotions. Like I was driving. I mean, okay, let's put it into context. This is my 4th main event, first main event that I've cashed. Usually I get crushed in day 3 before the money. But to like almost see glory is very tough. On the drive home, I was really debating just quitting poker, as crazy as it seems. Like that's how painful, because you get to day 5, there's like 230 people left. I came in with a shorter stack, but you just see the tables. Like you see everyone that's in it. You see that there's some crushers in there. You see that there's some wrecks, and you're just like, these are the tables in the 10K and the main event. Like the dream seems real at that point. Like just let me catch some cards. Pretty sick though. I can take you guys step by step. Let's get to this hand. This is a fun one, guys. We are on a 2.5 hour delay-ish, so we just wrapped up filming. So I'll be in here for a few minutes talking about the main event. You guys have questions, fire away. I'll let Charlie commentate on my hand so it's not weird.
It is kind of Inception-like to be commentating on yourself, I guess. So JJ does 3-bet with the queens against Yen's 10-9 suited. Yen makes the call and flops an open-ender. Good board for her generally as well. And unlike some of these spots we've seen in a few past hands, there is some depth here. So this is a situation where queens is going to be good enough to bet. JJ is going to have to proceed somewhat carefully through this hand. Yen could certainly have 8s, 7s, or 8-7 suited, as well as a bunch of high equity draws.
I think Yen also has pocket 3s here a bunch. Cut off first button. She's a limit player, so I feel like limit players are folding less to 3-bets, and 3s is a fine PO, I think, out of position as well. If she thinks I'm 3-betting somewhere at Nash.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's near the line, and I think probably Yen, she's a good player, but she's going to err on the side of having more continues than a lot of other pros, I think, in this spot. Just from playing with her, that would be my guess. So she goes for the raise here. Certainly seems fine, although sets things up a little bit strangely on the turn, maybe. I think she's going to have to go with this hand, depending on what you, JJ, do here in response to this raise.
You know Mo, the tournament director? He's a great guy. Mo Farapur.
Don't worry about it.
There were some famous no-limit poker cash game players here back in the day on Live at the
And I think there are so many draws out there. Obviously, folding queens is not going to be a huge consideration here. And the depth is such that, yeah, it's
professional players, you know.
it's kind of like if you're going to continue with the hand, you might as well stick the chips in.
Once I fade the snap call, I'm pretty happy, you know.
What's the name?
Give me a minute.
So Yen does call. This is the biggest pot of the night so far, almost 12K.
He did all the,
Did you run it once or twice here?
Oh, we ran it twice.
Okay, so JJ's going to win the first one. Yen's pair of 10s not good enough. And Yen gets there on the second board, makes her straight. So bit of a dagger there on the second board, and they're going to chop this one up.
All right, so let's get back to the main event action, and it's fun to talk to you, Charlie. I know I was texting you throughout the main event. Charlie is always awesome with me, guys. I'll send him hand histories and cash games, tournaments, whatever. It's always good to hear what I figure as respectful, good, no limit players, and they give me feedback. So this roller coaster was pretty crazy, and it started off day one. Here are the cumulative winnings. I'm still stuck. Murphy crushing everybody. Day one, level 4, right after dinner. Already roller coaster of emotions, Charlie. I'm like, damn, I'm busy with live at the bike. I feel a little guilty being away. Maybe I should have just flew in for day 2. I still would have had some good big blinds, and I could have spent some extra time with my wife. But this is only because I'm about starting stack, you know.
Yeah.
My table was passive. I would say soft, but everyone was trying so hard, so there's no way I was going to really make chips on that table. I already felt like you kind of have to cooler someone. No one's busted at the table. No one's even like shorter stacked. Everyone's grinding there, even the Rex.
That was my. I've only played the main once, and that was my perception of a lot of the tables I played at. Is that yes, there's a lot of recreational players in the main, but unlike what you might see recreational players do in other tournaments or even a lot of bigger cash games, the recreational players are really trying to win when they play the main, and that's a significant obstacle, I would say.
Yeah. So level 4 had these roller coasters of emotions. Some recreational player opens from early position, and I have my queen 10 of diamonds, which I randomized my flats there from middle position. And since I thought he used a smaller sizing, I was definitely going to 3-bet there, and I 3-bet. I get cold behind me. Which I saw.
You have queen 10 of diamonds?
Yeah. Okay. So obviously I don't like the cold call. So the board comes out 9 high with 3 diamonds, and I pretty much get a double. I bet, and pretty much all in. I left myself with like 10 bigs, just in case he had me beat and didn't jam with like king jack of diamonds. I would still have some life. So that's one reason why I didn't jam. Essentially a double up. Coasted through the rest of day 1 after that. Day 2, soft table again, and I doubled up. I didn't double up, but I pretty much crippled some dude with the set, which was nice. And after that table broke, which was after that first level, pretty much tough tables. And then somehow made some chips because I ran decent. Oh, there's a bomb pot. We can get to this.
So bottom 2 here for Justin. I was wondering how he wound up in this hand with this.
Kind of crazy. I kind of wanted to just muck my hand on the flop.
I'm a big advocate for playing very tight in bomb pots, just because the visibility is so bad with a hand like jacks against this many.
I mean,
hands.
I could just be drawing stone. It's a 0.
Pretty much.
I thought about folding, and I was like, I felt like Justin might be opening a little, or not opening, but like betting a little wide here.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. I mean, it's definitely close at least.
Yen calling with the hand that I thought she had, a straight draw, or maybe 6-4, 6-3. I perceive this to be a very good card for me.
Yes, but it is not, as we can see. Although it's not as bad for you as it is for Mo.
It's pretty sick that they both have a deuce in this spot.
Yeah.
So I'll let you comment.
So Justin was the better on the flop, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And now he has a boat.
Yeah, and now you can target a variety of 6x,
7,
even
8.
6-5, and then a bunch of straight draws as well.
Yeah, I don't even know if the bet's necessary here, because I think my hand doesn't really need protection, though. I don't know. It's probably pretty close.
If you are going to bet, I like the sizing a lot. Definitely want to bet small here.
Yeah, I bet about maybe 28 to 30% pot. 500 into 18.
This is just setting up to be a dream scenario here for Justin. He's got a bet and a shove in front of him. And I think in his spot, I think just calling seems good. Although I think no matter what he does, you kind of have the sense that the jig is up there. And JJ does fold.
Real thinking. That's the good thing about when I play poker, and I think like some of the recreational players like to play with me. Like I don't kind of hold back. I kind of say how I feel, and like they can see my emotion on the table. You know, I just, if I'm frustrated, not like leashing it out to somebody, but you know, they can see my raw emotion, torturous poker being played. So yeah, we're on day 2, and Justin's gonna stack Mo here. Obviously, Mo was kind of shocked. He's like, "Wait, how did I lose?" Because he hit a boat on the second one.
And a boat on the first one as well.
Yeah, so we're to day 2, and I ran amazing throughout, Charlie, but it wasn't like I ran amazing like every minute. You know, a lot of it was a grind, but I would get the streak of like 2-3 hands, like within an orbit or two, where it's like double up, then another big hand. And it's just insane. I never had a run like that in my whole life. So we got through day 2. I'm about to go to bed. I'm looking at my day 3 players. Toughest table I've ever played in my life.
Any big names on that table?
Yeah, Mashenko, that what's his name? That old school full tilt pro. He was like the end boss at one time in tournaments on full tilt. Has won a few WPTs. I forget his name. Timothy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I know who you mean. Yes.
Chad's Everglades, who's won 2 WPTs. Blair Hinkle, who was like I think Player of the Year 1 year. That kid Brock Parker, who crushed the Poker Go series, this last Poker Go series. It's like randomizing every few minutes on his every few hands on his, keeps looking at his watch every hand, every street, which is pretty crazy. And then a few other guys with like $1 million in earnings. I'm like, how? It was one rack at the table, and he was just playing tight. But the cool thing about that table is like everyone knew that it was a tough table, so no one was like super out of line. Everyone was like trying to get through this table to break, to move on, and try to cash.
That's a big dynamic in main events where tournament tables can be really different in terms of their quality, and there can be days when you just have a bad table and the entire goal is just get through it and hope to get a better draw tomorrow.
It's crazy, right? It's crazy. It's a roller coaster. So I get through that table at about the level 4 of that day, and then we're approaching the money. You know, it was a 2-hour money bubble, which was crazy. And you know, I was trying to fight the storm of playing a little bit loose by the bubble, and I got smashed a few times. And I ran into my good friend Gary Reyna. He used to play on High Stakes Friday. I don't know if you remember.
I remember Gary, sure.
And he was loaded, but the guy can be loaded and still coherent. And he's like, dude, I'm like, hey, if I get aces, we're like 4 for money. He's like looking at me. He's like, you fucking fold those aces. You hear me? I'm like, dude, aces? He's like, 15K jump. Are you serious? You do not play a hand no more. You know? So I'm like, all right, fine, Gary Reyna. But he was so serious. This is a pretty sick hand. So
top 2 for Christian. Straight draw for Murphy. Just off the top, I'm pretty surprised that Murphy has this much equity here. He can hit a jack or a 10. This is a 3-bet pot. Murphy, the 3-better pre-flop.
yeah, it was a mint clickish, I think, awkward 3-bet.
Yeah, 2.3x. Murphy calls, and 3rd club here. Neither player has a club. See if this slows Christian down. Also a pretty small flop raise.
You're definitely good at balancing. Not straight there.
I don't know about that.
Christian does check.
So that hand was kind of...
You can balance my tire as a fucking,
All in.
Firestone.
And a jam from Murphy.
It's better for me not to...
Wow, I did not see that coming. That is interesting. This is a pretty cool play. I think you would prefer to have a club in your hand if you were going to do this?
His image is really good, though.
Yeah.
Harry keeps saying how snug he is, which I don't know. It seems like he's playing some hands, but...
He for sure is, but I mean, I think maybe even the bigger factor here is that Christian is so active, and when Christian checks the turn,
bubble.
200 flip.
Let's do a flip after.
He really caps himself.
Let's do a flip next hand. But don't move the button.
Christian does call it off.
Yeah, you know, Christian's a one-time guy. He's
Yeah.
runs a one-time.
So 12K, and they're both going to hate that club, but Christian's top 2 pairs, still good. Fun bluff for Murphy, but it does not get through.
So yeah, by the bubble, we play a few hands we probably shouldn't, but it's okay. I'm not a tournament player, Charlie. I understand I should be playing very snug since I have like 30 bigs. You know, I should just
What the hell did you do, Kevin?
continue after the money. It's like a new tournament, so I try my best to do that. I probably make a few mistakes along the way. Also, it was like a 14-hour day. I heard some interviews of Jakun and a few other top pros, and they're just like, on the bubble, I'm exhausted. Yeah, that's because it's the most tiring poker. So we get through day 4. Amazing table, Charlie. God gifted me with a great table, and I'm running good. And then I hit this hand right at dinner break. It's probably the sickest hand I ever played in my whole life. This dude already, he's like the action player on the table, a recreational player. Right before dinner break, pre-context, he doubled me up 40 bigs, 7s versus my pocket kings earlier. He folded to a 3-bet and showed me ace-queen. Massive 3-bet that I did because I didn't think he was folding. I think I had ace-king that hand. He owned me. But anyways, right before dinner break, I open. I have about 100 big blinds under the gun. Middle position, he 3-bets. I have pocket kings. I 4-bet to 275,000 in chips without a million chip stack. I was about to tweet it like we hit 1 million on day 4. He flats.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Board comes out ace, ace, 3.
Okay.
I've got a mixed bag of what all the good players say to do. They're all okay with checking a bunch. Some say betting is good.
If you bet, you don't want to bet big. I know that's true.
Yes. So we'll go with what Dan Zach said, since he is the human solver. He said kings want to check here 100%, queens want to check here like 80%.
Okay.
And start calling a bunch. I bet 20% pot. I bet 100K. Snap raise to 275. Jamie Tilton, our good friend, good pro, told me I can fold there. He was the only pro that said that. Most of them said continue. I continue. Before the turn card is dealt, he's in position. He says, I'm all in, and he's standing up. And he's like, you call, you win. Call, you win. And standing up. And now I'm just like, all right, I snap check, so he's all in. And by this time, the tournament room is pretty much cleared out because it's dinner break. You know, I'm in the tank. It's going to be on TV for sure, this hand. We got camera, like 4 cameras around us. I'm trying to figure out what to do, you know. And I'm just like, do I really bust the main here if he just has some sort of ace here? Almost everyone told me fold or probably fold. I fold.
Did you have any reads on this guy?
I mean, I knew he was active. I knew he was capable of bluffing, but this was pretty insane spot. So
you did make the call?
No, I folded the kings.
Oh, you folded, okay.
Yeah. So I folded kings, which the whole break, I was trying to pick myself up back to life from this is dinner break. I have an hour and a half and like the whole dinner break because in my mind, I'm like, I win the hand. I got 2 million in chips.
Yeah.
Now I'm back at 500,000 in chips. It's total just devastation in the main. You know, 2 million in chips, it's a lot of equity.
So you see Harry's flush draw go down in flames here as Justin makes a full house here on the turn. So your stack takes a hit there.
Yeah.
But you continue on for almost a day after that, right?
Yeah. So like I said, like, so I did a good job of being hidden. Like, I don't think too many people knew who I was until then. Like, Poker News did not know. I had my hoodie on the whole time. I had my K95 on, and my bags read John Garza. That's like my name, you know, John De La Garza. But for some reason, World Series always puts me as John Garza, so I just write John Garza on my bag. They have no clue. So as I'm dying, because the cameras are literally walking out like ESPN style, the Poker News guy is also running after me for like an interview / like my name, and I'm just like, I'm JJ De La Garza. I don't feel like chatting right now. So I passed the interview because I was just like, I literally felt like I died. And like, so the whole dinner break, I'm trying to put myself together. Like, dude, you still have 35 bigs coming back, 40 bigs. Like, you're good. Like, that's heaps in the main event. Like, you're good. Do not, if you should have busted, you should have busted that hand. You do not bust now from being frustrated. So I grind it. I got through the day. That was nice. Day 5, total brain fatigue. But I double up right off the bat. And then I made a huge fold where the dude had top, and I had to overpair on a dynamic board, and I was like, he overplayed his hand, which I thought he was strong, and I folded. And then pretty much, I still lasted another 4 hours after that, but that hand I could not recover after making that fold.
Yeah,
so
that's a bummer.
Just like the 2 big hands in the main that could have changed, I could have called there, and this is the most frustrating thing, because if I call that hand, the second hand too, I'm back to like 2 million in chips. So like that's how my series went, and
or you call that first hand and you're out. You know,
that's
I mean,
true.
You don't
and
know.
That's going to happen a lot of the time.
That's probably what would have happened.
A lot of this, most of the time. You know what? I mean, I shouldn't give this away, but there's just his physical tells. I've never seen someone say like stand up like that and not have it. So like when he did that, I was like this is insane for me to call here after all this, and he reversed it very well. So the thing that was most frustrating to me, Charlie, and you should play the main event every year. I don't care. Like, I don't care even if you have a little piece. Like, trust me, was just the sick run of cards. And it wasn't like I ran hot the whole time, but those sparks of run good were the most insane. And I've never had that in my life, and I don't even know if I ever will. It's how these dudes win the main event or get as deep as I did. They get these sparks of just like heat, which is insane. So I pray that I get that like one more time to like, you know, try to figure out these spots a little bit better than I did. But it was overall a great experience, and it was fun. It was my first cash of the main. A little sweat, just disappointed in the fact that those 2 big hands could have changed. Could have potentially changed my future. Just sick. When you're that, and especially on day 5, like looking at the room of 230 people, you're just like, man, this is doable. I can do this, you know? So, I mean, I was wondering why Harry went all in here. Harry goes all in, doesn't get no action.
Yeah,
but it's a huge just jam. Yeah, so.
So, I mean, one of the things that's most exciting about the main event is, you know, being part of the Los Angeles poker community, which is a very large poker community, but a lot of us know each other. You know, you invariably see somebody going deep who you've played a ton of hours with. Is there anybody who stuck out for you?
Okay. He just got eliminated in 12th. My good friend Arcady.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I've played a bunch with him as well.
Yeah, I would say he's one of my better friends in poker, and like the dude is such a good dude, generous dude. You know, he's helped me in hands. He has risen through the ranks where I didn't think he was an amazing player at once, and now I think he's good. He's shared with me his training website that he paid for. Like, just an overall really good dude. I was hanging out with him a lot on breaks. Shout out to Jared and Adam Swan. I was sending them just in a group chat since they both played tournaments and were part of the chip leader coaching at one point. And they were just like, send them all to us because we want to help you. So Adam Swan and Jared, who are tournament players. I'm not a tournament player. And Sean Swinberger, I don't know if you know him. Swingberger.
I don't know if I do.
He won a heads-up bracelet. He plays Commerce a bunch, or he used to. Good-looking kid, graduated UCLA. Anyways, yeah, so we were texting and hanging on breaks. So I had a lot of people helping me with hands, and which is nice. You know, especially because I'm not a tournament player, but I'm just like, I feel like Blaze also, who plays Commerce.
Yep. He's had a lot of success in tournaments lately.
Yeah. So he told me the same thing. He's like, dude, I feel like if you can play 10, 20 Commerce, you can play pretty much any 10K.
Blaze Hom is his name.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. And I completely agree with him. Like, once you play like the game I'm playing, that you guys are watching a 5-5-50 with a 50, and you're playing 10, 20 and above, like you could pretty much hang in any 10K field, I think. Maybe not the tough like Bellagio 5 Diamond. I heard that one's real tough. But like, if you can hang in a 10-20 game and you're winning, you can pretty much hang in these tournaments for sure. You just need that run of cards that I had off and on. That's how I know that these dudes win tournaments. It's like when Fedor just crushes everybody, or Dan Coleman, or John Sin going back to back in deep runs and eventually winning it. Like, he caught these these runs that I had and maybe didn't get put in a tough spot. Like he didn't have the pocket kings with the ace and a maniac going after him, right? He didn't have a spot where he read someone as strong, maybe it made a big fold, you know. So that's what John told me. He said, like, not only did he run good, that he also had easy spots to get there.
My friend Tony DeNovi, who just won, he just won the double stack. He's also,
I know who Tony is.
Yeah, he's also a good buddy of mine. He's also an LA poker grinder, and he told me that, you know, one of the keys for him was just like, I knew what to do in every spot. And
wow.
I mean, poker's not like, I mean, you get a 5-day run of poker where that happens to you, you're probably going to do pretty well.
Sure, and look at this game. Like, this game was more, I had more decisions overall in this game than I had like in any day of the World Series. Like I had a spot where I folded a Christian on the button when he 3-bet me with 8s, which I was like in between because I had Mo behind me as well to defend.
Yeah, I talked about that on the commentary.
Yeah,
how that's a tricky spot for you. For
yeah,
that
I
reason.
still think I should have called just because Christian's my homie and I kind of know how he plays against me. That Jack's hand in a bomb pot, like these are all like smaller, tricky situations, but they're like they kind of add up to just trickiness, right? In the main, I kind of, you know, would see bet here or there. I knew what boards, I kind of knew where people were at, so yeah. So, but I think that's it, unless anyone has any questions for me.
Yeah, I just wanted to have you on, you know, just to, you know, let you humble brag about this experience a little bit, because it's really sick, and it's, you know, it's really nice for us, you know, being part of Live at the Bike, and for us being on the mic, you know, as often as we are, to have one of our own do so well in such a huge, high-profile event. It really speaks well of you, and it speaks well of Live at the Bike, I think.
I think why I wanted to do it, most importantly, and like the money, obviously, like I would essentially retire and just do Live at the Bike stuff at that point. And I was texting Charlie. Charlie's like, what would you do? I was like, well, I'd probably still play Commerce because I'm a sicko and like to play poker, which is really true. But like, I feel like the reason why I had the LA poker community on my shoulders, and any deep tournament that I do, it's because I played 2-3 after Black Friday, Charlie. Like, I played 2-3. I grinded through 5-5. I've grinded through 5-10. And, like, finally started hitting my stride, like, in 2018, 19, and 20, like, playing bigger games on the show and in the Legends room here at the Bike. You know, the pandemic kind of, like, made me play small games online. So, like, I feel like a lot of players in LA not only know me as a commentator, but they've seen me play with them throughout the limits. You know, I've literally climbed and inch and clawed through LA. So to have that on my shoulders and feel like I know that a lot of people are rooting for me because they've played with me before would have been an amazing accomplishment. And like, I wasn't like, the money was whatever. I'm like, dude, I kept telling myself this, like I had some affirmations that I would tell myself, like, I am the best, you're a beast, you know, accomplishing a channel, all the great players that you've commentated on, like all the stuff, that knowledge you have, the cloud base of knowledge of live reads and game theory that you have, like use it all. Like I was doing a lot of affirmations, and it would make me feel very good and very confident even in that tough table on day 3, you know. So like the money would have been amazing, but at the end of the day, like I would tell myself, like, if you win this, you're a legend. You can win this, you'll be a legend. Like I kept just telling myself, and like I said, of course the money is great, but I'm doing it to just like to be a legend. Unfortunately, I came up short, but and now I'm like suffering a little bit with a little bit of, I've been bluey the last few days. I'm just like, oh, like, you know, but
I think that's natural, but
yeah.
But I mean, you're always going to feel that unless you win, right?
Yeah.
And that's not, you know, realistic in a tournament of 6,000 plus people. We do have a couple of questions if you have time for that in the chat. So Lido says, question, sounds like a real physical and mental grind to do the World Series of Poker. What kind of shape must one be in to play effectively in the World Series?
Okay, so let's hit on that question by a bunch. Mental drain, crazy. Physical, I worked out the whole pandemic in the last month and a half. I've been so busy with Live at the Bike. We have a huge transition coming up. And then Wayne was had some family stuff going on, so I took on extra. So my physical could have been better because I was achy by day 3. But the mental, insane. So I have a whoop band, and my highest strain from working out, it's a 21 is a marathon, and even people who run marathons sometimes don't hit it. That money day, exercising twice a day during the pandemic. Highest was at 18.3 or 18.5. That money day, I had a 20.2 on this whoop stream. On that 14-hour money day. Probably because of stress and my heartbeat kept pumping up.
Yeah.
So yeah, that physical, my body was achy. I was like, man, I hope I don't have COVID. My body was achy. My mind was destroyed by day 5 for sure. 3-bet by Christian. Me and Yen call.
Yeah, Yen flops top pair.
Yeah, I didn't game. I started to realize Christian was coming at your boy, you know.
He was coming at everybody, really. I mean,
Yeah.
he's 3-bet with 7 deuce off, 7-3 off.
He got me with the 7 deuce off, huh?
Yeah. So, can you comment also? Natty Witt asks about the 2-hour blinds, how that affects things in the main.
Okay. Perfect.
It might be sort of a related question, but also in some ways maybe
Yeah,
not.
yeah, okay. For me, amazing. Love it. You know?
I think as a cash game player, you got to love it, right?
Oh, I love it. That's why I'll play every year, even like if I have to face this burden of playing and like feeling blue the last few days. Then we can get to this hand and then we'll get to Natty with the question.
So Christian was the 3-better pre-flop, bets the flop with a gut shot. Yen makes the call. JJ lets pocket 10s go. Drawing almost dead, by the way. And check on the turn.
Christian would have got a street out of me there. I wasn't going to fold twice a pair, and I had the 10s with the 10 of diamonds.
Sure. I mean, if Yen doesn't call, then
Yeah.
you have to come along, I think. But
Yeah.
once she's in there, it's a fold.
And I would have called this river too.
Yeah,
when
makes sense.
Christian bets because it's hard for him to put out this big bet when he checked back in 8. To think that he would do this with the queen now, I think that's pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he's representing here with this bet exactly. This looks like a pretty quick call here for Yen.
Yeah, Yen smashes call button. So back to Natty Witt's question asking about the 2-hour levels. The only time that it was tough was in the day 3 when the table was super tough. But what I figured out, Charlie, is like I opened up snap shove, which is illegal, but I opened it up like once I got under 15 big blinds just to know
What do you mean it's illegal?
Well, you're not really supposed to. It's kind of like playing with pre-flop charts.
Between hands, right? Not
Yeah,
during
yeah,
hands.
yeah. Well, sometimes I'll like peek like at one card. Jamie Tilton showed me that one. But anyways, so I realized right before dinner, right before I busted, when I got to this good table, it was mainly passive and Rex. I assumed there was a couple pros. And I had about 12 bigs, and everyone had around, besides a couple big stacks, 30 to 40 bigs. And almost about 3 of my jams got through, and the 2 other short stacks, their jams didn't get called once. So I'm like, okay, I need to be jamming at Nash because this is how I pick up chips. Like, no one wants to risk about a third to 40% of their stack calling.
Maybe even a bit wider than Nash.
Yeah. So it clicked. So back to Natty's
so
question.
what JJ's talking about is Nash equilibrium is going to give you a sort of shoving strategy that is, if you're not a tournament player, wider than you would think, especially in late position. You might naturally feel the tendency to not want to shove that frequently with your main event on the line, but what we're talking about here is that it's probably a good play to shove at least that wide and maybe wider if people are going to be reluctant to call with 30 to 40 big blind stacks.
So in other tournaments or even main events, World Series events, I'm always reluctant and I'll usually scale it tighter. But at this table, I'm like, this is a gold mine to be shoving. That stands to your question, Natty. So that's those 2-hour levels in this. I started jamming a bunch, and my last hand was hijack, I think, with 11 bigs, and it was up to 13 bigs that I can shove the jack 10, and I felt really good shipping it there. And the guy to my left in the cutoff already what I perceived as a pre-fold. So it was like if I was jamming from the cutoff. And this is how tight this table was playing, and I wish I would have realized it maybe in orbit sooner. The dude in the big blind tanked with 9s for 3 minutes.
Wow.
So it means he's folding 7s and maybe calls with 8s because he barely called with 9s.
Probably folding ace-10, hands like that.
Yes, definitely. So unfortunately, I was all in about 6 times total, Charlie, and I won 5 of them. That was my 6-1. And I knew my run good had to come to an end, and I finally lost the flip. But yeah, so my previous bust out in the main, I never won an all-in. 3-day threes, those were the only times I was all in and called, lost every one. One of them was set for set, so that one would have been tough.
but the other ones were like flips. So it was good to like get all in. By that all in though, Charlie, I felt like I had a shield. Like every time I shipped, chips were coming. I was even debating, should I just start just ripping everything? Obviously I didn't. I did fold ace king to 4 bets like 5 or 6 times during the tournament, which was sick to me. Like people who play cash games, I get that shit in all the time pre-flop.
Right.
But like some older dude with 35 bigs just rips a 4-bet into me like middle position versus cutoff. I'm like, what does he at least have? I have to win this flip or I'm out. So I folded so many times in day 1 and day 2. And then even day 4 versus one dude who I just thought like I'm crushed here or flipping. So like I did make some big folds pre-flop. You know, Adam Swan kind of told me play this like a cash game, bro. Like if you wouldn't peel a 4-bet like early position versus cutoff with ace king, then don't do that in this tournament. Play it exactly like a cash game. You know what to do. So shout out to Adam and Jared. They were just way too nice. Like, you know, I mean, I hooked them up in games and things like that, but still, they were just like, text me as much as you want. So, you know, I'd mess up a hand and they'd, actually, I'm not supposed to say I messed up a hand. I would play a hand incorrectly and they would tell me, you know, don't worry about it. You can choose a flat line and just chill. And the reason why I say I shouldn't say I messed up a hand, it's because then I associate the mistake with my being instead of just like it's natural to misplay hands in poker. So you shouldn't connect that with yourself, and that's probably why I'm kind of dragged down at the moment. I connected those hands with myself when it's just like it's poker. Like you're gonna misplay hands.
Yeah.
I misplayed it, or the hand was misplayed. I don't have to connect it with my take on that weight on my shoulders. So yeah, but I mean, even though you know it's crazy, like the World Series of Poker has my $10,000 every single year because I just had. I really feel like you give me another good run of cards, and I have another chance.
Right.
And that's what it is. You know, some players, you give them a good run of cards and they don't have a shot. But if I get another good run of cards, then I have some sort of shot.
Yeah.
That's why I always play.
Yeah.
And that's why like a good pro like you, like should never pass it down. Because you have this run, and like this, the kid that's still in Josh Reminko, I don't know, Ramito.
Is this who you were talking about on the stream earlier? Who's now 4th in chips, you were
yeah,
saying?
He was,
I didn't know who that was.
He was playing 5-5 here like a few months ago, and he said hi to me, and I don't know him that well, but shout out to him. Now he's a legend, right? I played 5-10 with him. He's sitting with 100 big blinds, like when we had the plexiglass. Yeah, so like it just shows you, and you look up his tournament earnings. He has like 1,000 in tournament earnings. Wow. You know, Arkady, to me, I think he's a good player. And it's because I know he studies a lot, putting him on blast, but it is what it is. And but still, like obviously, you have to run good to get to that spot. You know, no one's good enough to get to that spot. You have to catch heat.
Yeah.
You know, no one's better than 6,500 players, and like the skill edge is so tiny. You know, so you need to catch fire and hope that your hands hold. It's a sick experience, though.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, man. I mean, it's. I know it it didn't turn out exactly the way you wanted it to, but it's still an amazing accomplishment to go to day 5 on the main, finish 181st out of almost 7,000 players.
One thing I'll leave you with, and then I'm out of here. And shout out to Natty Witt and Joseph Lerman. That's Joe, my boy. Sorry I didn't get you in this game, Joe. I'll get you in next week. How sick my wife is. She was so upset when I told her I sold action. I swear to you, Charlie.
Before you started the tournament.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's a sicko. Like, you know, and like, because I told her, you know, because she knows I've been on a heater this year, and then financially with the business side, like I had some good stuff go on. She's like, you're having a great year. Why would you sell your action? Don't sell your action. I'm like, babe, this is like 10,000. Like, you have no clue how sick it feels. Like, if I could pay in bike chips, it'd be so easy because I'd take 2 5 pink chips, pay. But still handing 10,000 in cash when I can spend that on a Rolex or something is still so sick. And my wife is still adamant. She's like, next year, you do not sell action. I'm like, we'll see how my year is going. What if I'm not having a good year? Like, I don't want to take on a $10,000 grind back out, you know?
Yeah. I mean, she's more of a degen than you are. And my girlfriend is the same way, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, most of the things she says to me are like, You should be taking more risk, not less.
Yeah, so I had 78% of myself. I sold 10% to Christian, my boy, and then I sold 12.5% to my homie Taylor, Tyler. So I had it 78%, 77.5%, which still was. But my wife is kind of right. I think I won't sell again, and I'll just swap. Like if you play, I'll swap 1% or 2 with you, and Arcadi or Jamie plays another 2%, or Dan Zach 2%. Once I sold, I didn't do any swaps. You know, Arcadi would have 100% swapped with me. Yeah. Not even a question. He would be like, how much? You know, because he's my boy, and we want to see each other run good. So, yeah, it's just next year. I don't know if I'll sell. Well, this is I was wondering what happened this hand. Okay, this is what I kind of thought happened. Casper limped early position, which I debated on ISOing. I'm probably not this shallow. I'm probably at least at 5K. And I decided not to isolate and limp behind for the 50, and Christian bumped it up big from the big blind to like 3 something, and Casper and I came along. I bet this 325 as value / equity denial. Yeah. If I had the 7 of hearts, I would check back and peel some flushes once in a while, but not having the 7 of hearts, I decide to bet. Obviously, do not like that card. It's not the worst card, though, because I don't think Christian doesn't fire his flush draws on the flop. So, although it appears to be the shittiest card, I didn't think it was the worst. And the river is the 7 of hearts.
That's quite dirty because it doesn't look like Christian has a heart here.
Yeah. I mean, he could.
He can, but...
He could have... So, in this spot now, versus most players, I would be tempted to call. But versus Christian, since he's so wide, I know he can have a heart here. Yeah. Like, he might have, like, ace-5 with the ace of hearts or something like that, or even ace-deuce with the ace of hearts. Or
ace-3 with the ace of hearts.
Yes, some hands that players may not have, Christian can always have, since he likes to play a lot of hands, you know. He's very creative and likes to gamble it up, so.
He's letting you off the hook a little bit with this bet size, I feel like.
He's praying I have some sort of flush draw that I check back, like maybe a king of hearts flush that I have. That maybe I check back sometimes, which I do check back some flushes. Maybe something like something I would limp behind, like something like Queen 8 of hearts that I might check back to, so I don't get coolered in call street, and I can always raise versus a small bet and things like that.
And give Christian the opportunity to bluff as well.
Yeah, and then he uses this sizing. Right, and the board is a 7 brick, and I have Queen 8 of hearts. I just snap call his over bet, right? Or I might even raise. But if he bets small, then he induces me to get more value. So yeah, I check back some flushes sometimes as well. So I think I'm kind of balanced in that spot. So I don't have to call it 7s at all.
No, for sure.
But yeah, thank you, Charlie, for inviting me. It's an honor for me to have you a part of this team and a commentator. And you already know I think you're amazing, and I always invite you to commentate and stuff like that. And once again, like, there are very few people I send hand histories to, probably like less than 7, and you're always grateful and helping me out, and because I respect your game and your knowledge. So thank you very much, and I hope you guys enjoy Charlie's commentary, and I hope you guys learn. And it's a great opportunity for you guys to learn, if not only be entertained by some of the action on this table. So
yeah, thank you, JJ.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, brother.
All right.
How much is that?
You want to have this straddle?
Yeah, but don't worry about it. I'll just have them break it. Okay. 1,000. This is a $1,000 chip for now.
Yeah, I got it.
Then.
Oh, you're gonna go do it?
Thanks again to JJ De La Garza, fresh off a deep run in the World Series of Poker main event, joining us here this evening on Live at the Bike. And again, if all this gets you in the mood to play some tournaments, keep in mind that we've got the World Series of Poker circuit coming to the Bike starting on November 26th and running through December 23rd. So check out thebike.com, see if there's a tournament or two you want to play here at the Bike in Los Angeles. As we see, it's quite funny. We are on delay, but we see JJ walking back onto the screen just after leaving the booth. Justin, the big winner so far, Yen also, and Murphy, as well as Harry, up around $3,000 Mo, Christian, JJ, and Casper all down a couple
I'll
grand.
do whatever amount. Whatever amount the table wants, I'll do a flip.
You don't want to participate.
No, I
Flip?
don't want. I
You
don't
don't
want
want to do a
to
flip?
You do it.
I think
No,
there's
no,
a
no,
little
no,
bit
no.
more skill.
You wanna
in
Get back to
flip.
the cash game action here.
Okay,
Yeah.
Christian. me
Got a
and
new
you
dealer,
will do
so
flip. Are you
sounds
for
like the
Yeah.
players are deciding what to do here.
Flip then, go. You guys do it.
You want in or
No,
not?
no, two.
It matters how much.
Justin, you want in or not?
200, I'll do it.
Okay, 200.
Go, go.
Let's
You
go.
guys do it fast.
Guys, don't look at your cards. We open one by one.
Yeah. One by one.
I'm gonna stand up for this shit.
So it sounds like a $500 flip. I'm not sure who all is going to be involved.
There's only one thing behind the other four.
Oh my God.
JJ, you want in on this flip?
No, 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 no. He'll win. No, 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 no.
I don't care if you guys
No,
want me in.
can you stay out, JJ?
Okay.
Please stay.
They're doing a flip.
Because
The button's
always the last
frozen.
person comes in from
They're
nowhere.
just gonna do
fucking
it
ends
for
up
free,
winning it.
For
That's
5
true.
Flip, no action.
No
just
looking at
200,
cards,
yeah.
right?
Christian,
No looking at
let's
cards.
go
So,
300 on the side.
it's
Me and
gonna
you.
be-
No action, just all 500. No,
It's gonna be
no, I'm not-
Justin, Harry,
You gotta get a hand or no?
Casper.
No, we don't get a
Murphy.
hand.
Let's
we're
go, you're
only
taking
people
too long.
Flipping.
You're taking
I
way
know
too
that, I'm talking about the next hand. It's
Yeah.
gonna be the
Yeah,
same.
200
Yeah,
rupees.
decrease the budget.
Don't look at your cards.
button.
Oh, it's not PLO, right? So, fuck it, whatever. Just, yeah, we'll do one by one. Even though.
This is a good.
Just put all 5
game,
cards.
actually.
Just go.
Good idea. That's
All 5 cards.
No, you guys should do one at a time.
Pocket twos.
Bluff,
Yeah,
turn,
one at a time.
river.
No, I have ace.
Kevin,
No,
open
I
one
have-
card.
I have
do you
ace
want?
3.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
beat the
queen
queen high.
I have 3-6.
One card. Open
Alright,
one
move
card.
They want you to scan your cards.
Oh shit, sorry.
You open
Open
that.
one card. Hurry
I
up.
have the winner.
Okay, beat the queen. Oh,
So this
shit.
is the kind of thing that happens a lot
Oh damn! Oh, I got a straight draw.
in
Open
live
ended,
poker
baby.
games. It's quite entertaining
Oh
for
my
the
God, you're
players,
blocking my
but
card. Beat the
maybe
ace high.
not so much for us.
Alright, you're
Your jack is
eliminated.
looking really good.
Oh, what
Oh,
clutch. Yes. Beat that, beat that.
Casper is going to win this one, it would
This
appear.
has to be a 3, right?
That has to
Queen
be
or
a
queen?
3.
Queen would be nice.
Or a
King,
king.
king.
Or aces.
Oh.
Yes, send it.
Win.
And then side pocket.
Alright,
Good shit.
so I need a nickel for you for the drop. And then are we doing a bomb pot or no?
No, we're not doing a
That
fucking
was-
bomb. What the heck? What's wrong with you, bro?
Yes, sir.
That's too much. It's
You
too
didn't
much.
get the memo?
Natty Wit, thank you for the kind
No, I
words.
didn't. I forgot to check my.
Lido says, someday when I can convince my wife to let me spend $10,000 on it, my bucket list includes the World Series of Poker main event.
Queen high.
Alright.
You know, I'm definitely not a fan of Las Vegas, really.
We are in the show?
And I'm not a huge fan of tournaments, but I have played the main event, and I didn't win, but I'm glad I played it. It is quite an experience. You feel the excitement in the room in a way that you don't in a lot of other tournament settings.
175.
It's the kind of thing that
Or you have 2 deuces.
will get you going,
He showed a 7, right?
get you excited, even if
No, no, he showed a 7.
other tournament experiences don't necessarily.
I
Oh,
remember
so
it.
then,
Yeah,
it's got to be a 7 just because I remember him showing 7.
Exactly. Same.
Right? You
Four
remember
se-
him
I
showing-
remember the
yeah.
7, yeah.
So then if you guys saw a deuce, we saw a 7, it's got to be 7 deuce.
We did it. With our powers combined, we
Yeah,
solved the
he
mystery.
doesn't have to say it.
It's 175 to 425.
So this appears to be a 3-bet, not a okay. Yes, a 3-bet from Christian to a very small size. We've seen
14.
Christian already 3-bet with 7 deuce, 7-3, and some other pretty weird hands. I believe 7-4. And JJ is not letting him get away with it this time. So JJ puts in the call, or excuse me, puts in the 4-bet, and Christian quickly calls. JJ doesn't have a lot behind, and I assume he would be putting it in at some point on almost every board, but certainly this one. He's more than happy to get his chips in. Might not want to do it right away, though. He could check here or bet very small and let Christian catch up a little bit.
Hey, what's up? It's me, Harry.
500.
500.
Why do you need the cord to make it happen? I don't understand.
Just go with about 20% pot. I definitely don't mind against Christian. And Christian's going to call with a 7 high. Absolutely nothing going on. Now a full house for JJ, and I think I really like checking. We see that JJ is deeper than the graphic indicates. Those 2 green chips down in front are 1K chips. So he has about $3,000, not 2. And against somebody as live as Christian, yeah, I'd love the check here. No real rush to get the money in, and you want to give Christian the opportunity to bluff. Let him think that you have pocket jacks or something like that that you might consider folding.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, bye. Yeah. What is it?
And Christian
Oh, then I don't have to program
is
it.
going to take the bait here. $1,500. This is probably about all he's going to be willing to put in this pot, although I guess we'll see. A dream spot here for JJ.
Okay, just, I don't know, man, just make sure it's good, because I gotta get this thing done and delivered, you know what I mean?
And if he makes the call here, he's going to have so little back. I think I just like shipping it in and not letting Christian check back with King X
Okay, beautiful.
or even a weaker ace. JJ calls, which obviously seems great against the exact hand Christian has. His only chance here to get Christian to stack off would be to let him bluff. So JJ moves in here.
It's like 1,500, yeah?
16.
15, 16.
And now it's back on Christian, who has a pair of 7s that are never, ever good. So I assume Christian knows that. He's getting a ridiculous price, but there's just no chance this is ever good. I think JJ did move all in.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Ladies first. Oh, okay. In the farm? You got it raised in the farm?
Christian's still thinking about this. He does pay it off. Wow. So an 8K pot heading to JJ. Ace King. So unfortunate for Christian that he backed into a 7 there, but it was mostly a trap of his own making as JJ wins a pot of almost $9,000.
Oh, but it doesn't have like the little...
You're gonna feel really good.
Yeah, 1585.
Hold on, there's a stress.
No.
Thank you.
JJ well called.
Yeah, this is, it has like a T.
Yeah,
I want to break down one of those.
But sweetener is really good, but it's, you know,
Yeah, how much is it?
wow, JJ, what a fucking hand. You think you had the nuts? Seriously.
That should be like more than that. Here's one.
You guys got that JJ
Can I get a straw?
added on 1,000 for the hand setter, right?
You have a plastic straw instead of paper straw?
It's plastic.
Okay. I wasn't sure if like that had been established with Mike and the
You got mine, David?
Here, you got it.
I owe you for the espresso, David.
Alright, so 55 and you're the straight on here?
It's okay. I know that thing's at like $275. I'm just gonna give you $4.
Can you give us another straw? Yes. I'll give him the straw. There you go.
You know, that's good.
Sorry.
Fold.
Raise 150.
Trips here for Justin.
No, I did not. Thanks.
Here, just give it to him. Give it to him over there, sitting down. And come to me. Is it on me?
He'll bet and get a couple quick folds. This is Charlie Wilmoth here with you until 8 p.m. Pacific, so about another hour. Find me on Twitter at Third Walking, THIRD Walking. Check out my poker podcast, Third Man Walking. You can find links from the Twitter profile.
No? Pay for this thing?
Nothing's gone.
I still have like
Sometimes it's free.
at least $200 in my
They don't
card.
come
and
shit, they don't come shit around here anymore.
They don't even take the.
They used to come back in the day.
No one's comping them because of COVID.
Yeah. Nice excuse.
So Joe Haskell is
Ace is here for Casper.
So he's not
He has a Persian name.
so he's a nice
And no action for him.
He's not the nicest guy.
They say he's a nice
There's
guy.
no nice guy. Only nice guys are when they're sleeping. They're all nice when they're sleeping. When they're sleeping, they're all nice. Just when they're awake, right?
What'd you say?
I said all the nice guys are all nice when they're sleeping.
And King's here for JJ.
When they're
You
sleeping.
say I'm a nice guy?
No, I said, well, you sleep a lot?
1/3 of the
Yeah.
time.
Then you're a great guy.
75.
When you're sleeping, you're wonderful.
So you're saying when I'm awake, I'm not.
I didn't say
Call
that,
from
I
Mo.
said you're a great guy when you're
I don't give a
sleeping.
shit.
75. He's saying 33% of the time you're a great guy.
Oh, okay. 33%. I'll take that.
You're a hell of a guy when you're sleeping. Even Mo is a hell of a guy when he's sleeping.
What do you mean even Mo?
Well,
Justin comes along as well. Top set for JJ. We saw that there was a king folded.
got it. All right, bro.
Middle pair for Justin. And JJ checks. And I get the motivation for that. But I think multi-way, against some players who don't mind calling some bets, I think I like betting. A lot of straight draws and flush draws they can pay you off with, as well as 10x and 7x.
But like
It'll
a
grow
little
on
bit
you.
sweeter.
I like it with a lot of ice.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I thought they would have like fruit, you know, like the other refreshers.
But if you really want to make it like more,
They
you
have
can,
just a
you
little-
can put a little bit of sweet.
That said, a solver
You can put
probably will
raspberry
tell you
in it.
to
I don't like lemon, but you can put lemon.
to check a certain amount of the time, at least 3 ways out of position against 2 players with top set here.
I guess that's the
But yeah,
shitty
JJ bets the
that's
turn,
really sweet
and
for-
You know you're gonna have
both
to
players
calm
fold
down.
pairs
Whatever.
as JJ takes this down.
I forget there was like 2 hands that you had done that.
But yes,
Very
Oh,
similar
yeah.
to that. And then I like.
No, we're not on straw.
Gotta
but
mix
I'm
it.
sorry.
You gotta mix it.
Don't mean to take away your fun, Chris.
Don't mix it up, then people kind of know where you're at all the time.
That's true. My fault. That's true.
That being said, JJ, you do owe 50.
Shit, you caught me.
Did. If it wasn't for this meddling kid.
Wait, who gave me that ace king hand? Oh,
I
shit.
did.
Honestly,
175. That's
I did.
My bad, the coffee was coming.
Listen, why don't you
I didn't
worry
get
about,
you. Okay.
JJ, why don't you worry about who gave you the fucking money out of that?
And
Not who gave you the fucking money. Why don't you tip Christian back $10? Jesus Christ.
Raise from Christian. Just a call from Justin with ace-king suited. Setting a bit of a trap here. JJ with king-6. Lets it go.
I'll switch you. You give me the. I'll give you the pot I put if you want.
The pot is like an easily played hand, but the bluff is that takes.
Ace-king 5. Top 2 for Justin. And since JJ folded a 6, Christian just has 1 out. Christian does check and checks again on the turn. Justin is really intent on getting Christian to bluff here.
The skill is the bluffing in this game, not for making hands. Everyone's
You need to
gonna
go
make
home and
hands.
watch that hand and figure out how.
And when check again?
made money on
Huh.
that hand. Imagine just if you had
These
somebody
two
like
players have tangled a lot today. Very surprised to see that from Justin. I do know. I mean, obviously a 4 makes a straight, but I think with a hand as strong as ace-king, you have to not worry about that and try to get some value.
Most games I like playing super deep.
I was
Like this
thinking about
25,
that,
50,
but then I was like,
50, I'm
okay,
like,
well,
alright,
he
100
probably
bigs is
has
good.
a 4 somehow.
But yeah, like almost every other
Yeah, I
game
need
I'm
to know the
playing.
exact time when the show is
Piling
ending.
chips, yeah.
Harry is
just pile
requesting
chips
the
next time.
exact.
Yeah, it's 4:57
time
right now. It's
that
4:57.
the
I
game
want to
is
know
ending.
exactly the last hand.
I thought it was a
Be
6.
specific with me, please. Because I'm
Like,
quitting.
about 6.
The very last hand of the show is the very last hand I'm playing. I'm serious. You guys shut the
125.
lights down, I'm shutting my action. Fucking around here anymore. Keep the lights on, I play longer.
Then we won't turn off
It's
the lights.
125.
Keep the
Are
cards.
you guys hearing
Keep
Harry's
the
request?
lights.
How much?
Play
Oh,
longer.
you don't want them to change out the cards.
I don't want fucking touching anything.
But they have to change out the cards.
They don't. They
Yeah,
don't have to
they
do
do.
shit.
We do have to change up the cards here.
You don't have to do
Why do you
shit.
have to though?
Don't
It's
touch
They're
it.
really
These go to, yeah, that and these go to the card control.
Why don't you guys make the show a little longer?
No, that's not.
Keep it going.
Yeah, what prevents the show from going longer?
Then, laziness.
Oh, wow, come on, dude.
No, I always wondered that actually.
I just answered
It's
it.
not like they cut you guys off.
Get rid of Charlie, bring my professional other player, what's his name?
Jeremy?
Jeremy.
300.
I mean, he only wins like 20K every time he plays the show. You know, the least he can do is have a little fucking overtime.
Dude, how is Jeremy so good?
He's
But
so
yet he
lucky,
only plays
please.
5-5.
Hey,
Please.
what's that last part? So what?
He's a good player, but he's running like
Is
God
he?
on the show.
Is he? I don't know, I didn't
Who's
watch.
Jeremy?
Did he get you or
Okay.
what?
No, you never get me.
The guy that was sitting over there last Tuesday?
From him. He commentates like about
Okay,
3
so the
but I
stream
mean,
will go on until you're done
I
playing.
didn't
That's
watch
what they're
I
saying.
didn't watch the show,
Good.
but he did play last Tuesday.
So it's gonna come in and change
What?
cards.
What?
They're just gonna come in and change cards on
Quiet,
6.
light
But they
skin.
keep the lights on and all that stuff.
Sharp 6.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
4:58 right
I'd
now.
like for Harry to play for another 9 hours so I can sit here commentating on his play.
Oh yeah, then no.
13 hours of Harry.
Yeah, like you won every call.
That's good.
Yeah, like every hand and then you won.
Was this straddle right? I forget.
I don't know, I saw the.
No,
Yeah.
that's alright.
That was Jeremy, right? The guy that was.
Yeah. Great guy. Handsome.
Wow, I didn't know him that well.
Well,
but-
you did, but I'll just tell you. Just in case your husband's watching. Great
I
guy.
think you're married or engaged?
I engaged.
Engaged.
Why do you want to know all this stuff? Why?
250.
He knows, he knows.
Why you want to know? Larry, please, what else you want to know?
So raise from Christian,
What else you want to know?
call from Murphy. I guess I misspoke when I referred to Jens' husband earlier. It's her fiance, Dan.
I understand somewhere. I'm drawing my line
He's
in the
drawing
sand.
dead right now.
It's one of the
Yeah,
JJ.
tougher no limit hold'em players in LA, I would say.
hardly.
Why?
Because I was paying
Did you
attention.
represent live at the bike?
I just had my bicycle.
Did you have
splitter
all the
whole
gear
time.
on?
No, just my bicycle splitter.
Why?
Which I kind of regretted because that's when I would
Why
get
would you not
noticed.
have to
But
have the
sometimes
glasses?
people didn't know who I was, which it's not like I'm anybody, but like I had my hoodie on, my
600.
N90 or K95, my.
You weren't wearing a hustler.
Christian fires the river and takes it down.
Why don't you have a live at the bike hat on?
Because I didn't want to like, I didn't want to be talking, or I just wanted to focus.
They already know.
They do know at the beginning of the day because people look up who's at the table, but after
They
they
agree
break,
they know. They
after
want
they
that
It's not a
over.
shadow round, but the last two
dude,
hands have been
the
straddled.
Poker News
but
had no clue who I was until day 4.
They're idiots.
Because I got, it's going to be a TV hand. I got
I would've
bluffed
called
in
Nick
a-
Schumann
I
for
got
you.
bluffed in a huge
I would have
hand.
called Nick Schumann for you.
And there was a bunch of cameras. And then I talked to the guy into showing my hand. In his hand, if I folded, just so I would know. And like, I swear the camera crew, like, I just like darted from the table and they're like chasing me for my name and everything and like for an interview. But I didn't want to do no interview, but I gave them my name, and then after Poker News started doing who I was and all this stuff. But I was like hidden for a while.
I don't blame you.
Because on my, like all my tournament stuff, it just says John Garza. But once it says JJ De La Garza, they knew exactly.
Yeah.
So, and I kind of liked, like, you know, just,
You like the mystery.
I was just kind of like
Really
chilling.
private, yeah.
Here, like when I'm playing cash games, I'm always.
Yen isolates
so it's
Casper's
nice to
limp.
just be, like,
Christian 3 bets.
3.5.
It was nice. I was like, I haven't.
Again, a pretty small 3 bet.
focused poker since
Yen
probably
does not have a great hand to defend 3 bets too, but the price she's getting is so good. Interesting flop. So top pair for Yen and a royal flush draw for Christian. Check, check.
I sold 10% to Christian and 12.5%.
And now trips for Yen. Great card for her.
My wife's such a DJ. She's more DJ than me. Like when I told her I sold 22%, she's like, why would you
450.
sell?
The main event is so
It's,
much.
I'm like, babe, it's 10K. Like, it's sick. Like, still when I buy in, like giving them 10K, it's like, I wish I could just take them 2 bike chips, 2 5Ks. 10K annual or what? 10K is still sick.
Bet from Yen, call from
Like,
Christian,
that could be a new rollie, you know? Yeah.
who bricks on the river. And I think with the way this is played out, Yen has to look for another street of value here. Unless Christian's thinking about doing something funky.
Like not do shit.
1400.
No, he checks.
Please, let's not do that. A million doesn't
I
mean
mean, no, but like, yes.
What the
like,
fuck are you gonna do with $1 million?
No, but I mean, like,
Yen does
okay,
bet
you
1400
could,
and
let's say,
Christian
after taxes,
quickly lets it go.
I mean, not a million, but like, okay, if my piece and after taxes was about $1 million, like, I'm already okay financially. So you put that million, like, I could just like, that's gonna grow with compound interest, 8% a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
You're an idiot or what? You're gonna put fucking in the bank and get 8%
No,
while your
as
every
in-
dollar is worth 60 cents in the
as
bank?
in S&P 500 now.
No bank pays 8%.
No, they pay like a fraction of a percent.
Crypto,
What
though.
cities are like
Crypto.
at best
No,
like 2-3%.
crypto.
You like eat
It's like torture.
Well, no, I get 10.5% in
Yeah, you
a
can-
block
you can-
portfolio.
Yeah.
no, in US dollar coin on Voyager.
Oh,
It
yeah.
pays 10.5%.
10.5%.
Yeah, yeah, you can give it out for like 2 years, 3 years, whatever.
How long do you have to let it out for?
80.
80 to go.
That's like the block folio, same thing, right?
No, it's like so it pays between 9 and 10.5%, but it doesn't. It's like holding cash. Like so
Oh,
I have.
you loan it out, like you loan, it's like loaning your money out.
I think they stake it, but no, you can. It's like just a bank
But
account.
I'm saying there's gotta be some risk to it, right?
The best thing, buy Bitcoin, man.
There's
Buy
risk, but
Bitcoin.
it's relatively low.
I have a little bit.
So a raise from Harry. Yen picks up Ace King suited 3 bets. Christian cold calls.
There's a company
Who
called
knows,
Circle
man,
that
who
like
knows?
owns it and backs it.
You're not
But
supposed to
every
say
time you
I-
buy one, they basically back it with
The,
a US
the
dollar.
decision that was made.
You have to
not
research it.
buy
I'm not the
Bitcoin
best at
was
explaining it,
not
but
what-
No, I've heard somebody
very-
do that.
But basically, it's like 10.5%
I
APR,
bought
and
it
then you get a monthly.
Recently?
On the first of the month, they just give you your.
I bought it
like,
40,
money.
bought it
I have quite a bit
Hold
there.
it, don't look at it. Because it's gonna, it could fluctuate
And
all the
so
way
far,
down
it's
to 20 or
been
30.
good. I've
It
done
could
it
go
for
to
a couple
100.
months.
But if you believe in it long term, it should go to
No,
somewhere
I'm
like,
doing all everything long term.
yeah. That's the way
4-way 3-bet pot here as Casper comes along as well.
I lost money.
Yen flops the best of it.
I wish I would just like, just howl and do nothing.
You're working crazy.
But it's good. I made those mistakes like
650.
when I was younger, so like now.
She
like,
bets
every
about half
time I'm
pot.
just holding pretty much for life. I think.
What do you hold?
I mean, boring. Mainly index funds, but like this past year, I bought 10K worth of Coinbase, and I got it like I think my dollar cost average is like 240, which is nice.
I think Coinbase is a good.
And Harry lets his jacks go.
But the company I invest in is called Voyager. Like I'm heavily
I
invested.
guess that was it.
It's like Coinbase competitor.
Okay, I'll look
Up and
into it.
coming.
I almost raised 2,500.
But
There's
I-
another site that does exactly what you're saying, where you lend out your crypto.
You
That's
can
like
always just
software
ask,
too.
man. I'll do it.
Well, they
Pocket judge.
Voyager like stakes it for you. So you make way more money interest on Voyager, and in my opinion, way better than crypto.
You know the other website I'm talking about, right? Or no? It's like what you're telling me.
Binance?
I was almost gonna re-raise.
It's the same thing. Like you put it in there. No, it's like all the poker players like it too.
Whoa, why is it chopped like that? Okay, there's two of them, right?
Robin is undervalued.
But yeah, when you let it out, they're like letting out the money to
Robin Hood right there is undervalued.
It's not supposed to be chopped like that, but it's okay.
Exactly. I shut it down after that.
In my opinion, they're not. I mean, everyone would have
Bill me
different
out, okay?
opinions.
Okay, what do I owe you for?
99%.
I went to Webull, but lately they've been
How much?
they've been really lagging. I can't access my account like a lot of hours in the day.
60, just keep the change. Okay?
Oh, you,
I just paid for gold.
okay, next time we play together.
325.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Bill me out, I'm gonna go smoking one. Don't open mine. Bring mine here, and then put hers.
3-bet here from Christian. Queen 9 off.
I'm in a 4 instead of a 7.
Not sure if we've seen him 3-bet with a good hand today.
Honestly, like they have a
Queen.
I think they had a huge advantage because everybody used it at one point, but I think they've messed up so much stuff.
So yeah, the guy
That's why it came
that
down.
messed me up in the main.
It was a high,
Will
was
be on TV.
80 something, now it's at
I didn't tell you the
33.
hand.
Yeah, it is a lot lower.
Are you gonna watch the
The
stream
same thing,
later
coin
or no?
this. For 300,
Are you gonna watch the stream or
200
no?
something now. Keep
Okay,
going
then,
down.
because I'm supposed to, right when this ends, I'm supposed to go talk to Charlie, so I'll just tell the story then, so I don't repeat myself. But yeah, me getting bluffed in the main straddle round, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it was probably one of the sickest hands I've played in a very long time. This guy was. I didn't know he was that sick though until this hand. I like died at dinner break.
225.
And I had to re-put myself
mentally?
together. Yeah, like I literally felt my soul leave. And I like was trying to pick up the pieces. I'm like, dude, I was literally talking to myself, you have 90 minutes to put yourself together. Do not bust after this shit. Like, I was like, because you might as well call them if you're just going to fucking bust. Yeah, this hand was pretty. Yeah, I was self-talking the whole time. And then I ran into Dan Zach, my homie, he was telling me the same thing.
Raise from Christian. Pretty big one. Just a call from Justin.
Actually, everyone I sent the hand to said they would fold.
Okay, great, thank you.
Bet and a fold on the
But
flop.
I didn't bust, which I was happy to, like, grinded that shit, but it was crazy. Because I'm thinking, like, if I call, I didn't even tweet it. I was about to tweet.
Yeah.
Like, we hit $1 million on day 4, and then the dinner break that hand happened, and I was back to $500,000. If I would have called, I would have been at $2 million. No, since Christian's gonna watch it later, I'm assuming most of you guys are gonna watch it, so I'll just save it to the end of it.
Well, it's on. How do you watch it? You have to subscribe to PokerGo.
Oh, that hand? Yeah, that hand. No, that's gonna be on.
I'm gonna give another shout out here to a bunch of people from the LA poker community who I know did well in the World Series of Poker this summer.
350.
Ark O'Connell, of course, who JJ and I were talking about a bit ago, finished 12th in the main event for 470K. It's pretty sick. A couple other guys with LA addresses in the top 100 or so, including some I didn't recognize. Tyler Cornell and Adam Walton were among them. JJ, of course, finished 181st. My friend Yale Greenfield, aka Live King Poker, finished in the top 250 or so. Also had a bunch of cashes in other smaller events. And again, my friend Tony Genovi winning the double stack outright just a couple days after winning a 1K event at the main, or excuse me, at the Win, and banking 525K or something like that within a week. It's really nice to see people you know and people you like have success, and a lot of it.
40 bigs is like 100 bigs in a tournament. Then in the main, 100 bigs is like 2-hour levels. You're like 300 bigs. Yeah. I'm gonna play this one. Oh, you should. I don't think if you're a poker player, I don't think you should ever miss the main last one. Like I'm telling you, that's why I was like.
Unless you can't afford it.
The one here. Oh, this main is 1600. Yeah. But like, that's why like I was hurting like the last few days after I busted, because I like, day 5 I'm looking at the field and there's crushers, but then you see a lot of like softer spots where you're like, it's a 10K on day 5, and this tournament isn't like, you would envision it being all pros, and it's not like that. So you're just like,
Legit, yeah.
Murphy, you're the chef.
That guy Holmes, yesterday when they did an interview, and they were like, what was
I saw him
what's your
multiple times
strategy?
next to me, but I never played with him.
Yeah. He was there, so they asked him, what's the strategy? He goes like, I don't know, ask the other guys, they're the pros.
It's funny, I was playing by him, I don't know if he was getting a massage.
Yeah.
The 2 times I played next to him, tables, it's funny, I just saw him. He was getting a massage the whole time.
Maybe it worked.
Gotta stay loose. $250.
Christian picks up pocket 5s here. Murphy also with a small pair.
So you got the 1600 main here.
Yeah, I'm gonna play both. I'm gonna play the high roller.
Oh, nice.
And,
I'll play
Check, check.
I'll play sell, like.
Christian does pick up a gutter on the turn, but not one he's going to feel great about.
Usually gets like 100 players here.
if you enter
And
anything
check, check to the river.
levels, you don't pay 200 juice.
And pocket 5s are going to be good.
It was on the pamphlet.
I saw 1, 2. Like
When's the tournament?
Mid-December, I want to say. Mid-December or mid to early December.
Yeah, it starts. I think the circuit starts end of November 20. Yeah, November 23rd to be exact.
And then I'll probably.
Is correct.
find
November
a game
26th.
Good one, okay.
WSOP circuit. Sorry, I said circus. WSOP circuit starts here at the bike. Goes through December 23rd. Bunch of events in a bunch of buy-in categories.
155 he's the straddle.
So be sure to check that out. Thebike.com you can find
I thought you were saying
schedule for that.
I was like, wait,
I think it was JU's 590. I wasn't like, you would never.
I appreciate your gamble that you're willing to
I
straddle
didn't
back
play
to
big
back.
games.
50 to play
It was
with.
like
Well,
one
to
of
straddle
those
my
like
big blind.
$25 ones that they had, and like 25,000 people would like playing them, and I made it to like final table. Like,
And then the
150.
thing went blue and everything, right? Yeah.
But it was like a ridiculous amount of people for $25, and the winner got like 25K or something. But like,
It was like a 50
I
daily
think
50 or something.
I think I made like 10K off $25 in college, and I was just like,
And then you're hooked for life. Yeah.
500.
I was like, this is the most money ever.
That's kind of what happened.
Raise from Justin. 3-bet from Mo.
The same shit that happened to me that got me addicted pretty much.
Casper wakes up with jacks.
Making it that deep, like, there's like no other better feeling than making it.
For sure. For sure. That's why tournaments are so addicting. Oh, Harry's still in.
Oh shit, my bad.
That's why tournaments are so fucking
And
addicting.
Casper jams, which I'm glad to see.
Sorry, I didn't mean to fold out. Oh, yeah.
A lot of players will have flats there, but I'm not sure that's super great.
Yeah, I make a terrible.
I would much rather 4-bet or fold in Casper's spot, and he does find the 4-bet jam. So Mo's going to call it off here, and we are going to flip for $5,700.
How did I go 2 times?
This is good.
2 boards. You know that 1 ace is dead.
So like the tournament?
Unless you're up against Christian, then you're
Doesn't matter, whatever you want. One time no matter
You
what.
put me all in here, yeah.
Nothing there for Mo on the first board.
You have a pair? No. I have first board.
King for him on the second board, and we're going to chop this up. So $5,700 pot. It's going to be split between Casper and Mo.
Play the main.
I really don't, but
Oh, I did, like, I would have played,
I'd rather take
the
that
only thing that holds me
60
back
bucks away.
is time.
Gotcha.
Like, I got 2 kids, and I work, so it's more.
So what would have been perfect for you
than
this
anything
year
else.
was you can buy in
day 2 it.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can buy in
I
day
go
2
2
up
times.
to level.
I always go 2 times unless
So like you literally fly in
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Tuesday, and then if you play Tuesday, you don't get no breaks. You would play Tuesday, Wednesday, day 3, or Wednesday, day 3 or 4, maybe 1 day break in between. No, yeah, Tuesday, and then you would have played Wednesday or Thursday, and then Friday you would have played till.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, later?
And the good thing
No.
is, it's like,
You can go to
I
video.
didn't get past Saturday, so you just need to take off like probably that Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and then obviously if you're already in day 7,
Look
it's
at
gonna be
the
Monday,
link.
then you obviously you're gonna cancel work or whatever because you're gonna be like the last
Oh, yeah.
50 players.
I know, like, I was pretty close to doing it this year. Well, I was gonna do it this year. What am I doing?
Your salmon is pretty good too.
150.
Ooh,
You're
easy.
saying I should turn the stream on in my pocket to be able to watch it
Just
later?
once.
Or just send the link to somebody. Like text
Just
it.
started and
Raise from Yen. JJ wakes up with queens and puts in the 3-bet.
unless you're not logged in.
See what I did?
Christian cold calls the 9-6 offsuit.
And if you're
Wow.
on your phone, just please back away from the camera. No, you're all good.
This should bring Yen along as well.
Eddie, did you play main event?
Not this year, not the last couple.
And it does.
I mean,
9-6 offsuit. Man, Christian getting in there.
What's it like between 4 and 5?
Ace 5-5.
Good player.
JJ got in a bunch of money earlier with pocket kings and had an ace high board there too. Can't be thrilled about this. He's got to bet small. Which I think is defensible only because Christian can be so wide, or so much wider than most players would be here. I think at equilibrium this should be a check though. I mean, and this, I mean, I don't know what this is about. I mean, JJ can certainly have aces here, can certainly have ace king, and he would never fold those hands to Christian. He's pretty lucky here that JJ just has pocket queens. I mean, I guess if you're going to call pre-flop with 9-6 offsuit, you have to be doing so with the intention of getting pretty weird on some flops. I'm not sure this is the right one to get weird on because I don't know what Christian's representing. I'm not sure he would ever do this if he actually had an ace. So what he's really saying is he has pocket, or he has a 5 somehow.
You know what it is?
Yeah, I think so. You want something?
Yeah.
Got this big ass salad right in my face. It smells really good. Now I gotta eat.
Can I see the turn card?
JJ does let it go. Understandable.
Dude, I had 5-3 on there.
Was it sixes?
Wes Moran, what's going on? Thank you for stopping by, being with us.
I mean, I had a 5, so I was like,
You had what?
oh, I wait up on 5.
Not afraid of me at all, huh?
Yeah, that's actually true.
I saw your bluff, by the way.
You are sick. Christian, you are sick.
I knew you were gonna bring that up
You just figured this out.
eventually.
No, I figured that out a long time ago. That's why I can't fold. I literally was about to call him for $1,000 on like a straight
I honestly
board.
wasn't mad about it though.
Huh?
I honestly wasn't like pissed off that I didn't call for some reason. After I saw it, I was like, I guess there were just too many cards that could beat me.
Yeah.
150.
I was thinking on that hand, I was like, this is just like the hand from the main event that you were just talking about. I think that was like the same, you had king, same board. I didn't
Same,
even
yeah.
have kings, but, or maybe, whatever.
If I call, 150.
Raise from Yen, ace king. Does seem like we've seen pretty crazy number of big pre-flop hands here tonight. They haven't all worked out though. And boy, Christian 3-betting quite small with queen 3. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. So just a call. Before ways to a flop here. Ace King still best.
250.
Yen bets about 40% pot. Christian calls with bottom pair. Justin calls with the gutter. Justin picks up a flush draw, but this is otherwise a brick. Yen should be pretty confident here. She bets 1,000. It should get rid of Christian, and it does. Justin is going to have to continue, though. And I don't, yeah. I mean, if you're going to make folds like this, don't play the 7 deuce to begin with, I would say. I don't really see how he can fold there, but he does. And Yen's going to take this one down.
How do you call a 4,000?
I don't know, man. I'm pussed. I actually was just thinking, like, if a diamond hit and I shoved, that you would fold no matter what.
Yen, the big winner so far. Over 5K. Christian down about $8,000.
So, like, I don't know.
I mean, if you call the turn, I'm showing down the river, so unless you...
Make sure to hit like and subscribe. Helps us out a lot. Also check us out on livewithbike.com for our full archive poker streams going back, it's nearly 15 years.
Let's bet a one right now or next time?
Yen with over 10K in front of her.
You only get there because you fold it, you know. That's how it always works.
No, this one, it's on
Still
right now.
straddle?
No, seriously, that's why it always works like
Yeah,
that.
it's your straddle?
If you had bet, like, 600,
Yeah.
it's the call. But...
Sun check or we straddle? $150.
Yeah. He blocked me for sure twice
It's like,
today.
he's like, I don't care what she has.
I bet the same way when I had the ace.
That was a pretty sick block.
Yeah, it's just like,
That's
wow.
just quarter pot.
Well, just make sure it was
Yeah, I'm
the
so
ace
behind,
king.
you know?
If you knew what I had on the ace king.
Race for Mo. Call by Casper.
What'd you have?
I erased it in my mind.
I'll bring it up on the way home.
I'm just gonna turn the sound down.
It's okay.
King high board.
This is what was happening to me in the main. Like, I waited and I got good hands and then someone just fucking stole it from me. It's like bad memories, which I'm trying to get over at the moment.
Tournament's different though, you can't rewrite it.
Oh, I know. Still a tough spot with my hand on it.
Six.
Ace 5-5 board with my hand.
That's what I mean.
Rec player 609. Thank you.
Cash then you make a call.
Thank you
and
for
you're
being
wrong,
here.
rewrite.
Sound.
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool. We just gotta get a server.
I think we could do that.
Mo bets both the flop and the turn.
Bro, I'm about to just like...
Oh, you got salmon on there?
Check on the river. It looks like Mo had some sort of flush draw. Yeah, ace 10 of spades. Hard to blame him
I had a flush draw?
for trying to win that one. But he bricks out. Casper takes this one down.
I thought I might have. I haven't watched the show, but I'm kind of excited to see hear what
Remember
Charlie says, like
that
every
kicker
time
problem
you go
on the river?
Wow.
You had
No.
90
Wow.
I'm
pair.
excited for the commentary.
oh yeah, yeah, the
on
I
nine
get counterfeited.
Yeah, you
Ace
get
King
counterfeited.
just barreling
And your
into the
kicker
hot
plays
seat.
by one
I know, because of the ace paired, yeah.
on the board.
I figure you must have turned the king and then.
No,
No.
3,500.
I had no business
Carry
being
out of
anywhere
3,500.
in the.
Yeah, but then again, you didn't have business with the 6-9 and you got it done, so.
And if you had pocket queens or jacks or
Well, yeah,
even
like
kings
I
on the
didn't.
flop,
I just didn't think we were that ace strong. But boy,
Oh, which one? The first one or the second one?
the
Ace
ace
king,
king,
full house.
ace,
Oh,
X,
yeah.
turn king. Keeps getting better and better.
I did the same bet when I had it and when I didn't have it, so. Small bet.
Yeah.
Two.
The 500.
Mo raises it up. Couple callers here.
That brought me along.
Oh, I did, yeah, but because I didn't have any more smaller.
And I don't like asking. I mean, like,
what am I doing here? I'm just calling.
I was trying to see your stack,
Oh,
and then I saw like on the other
if
side.
it looks short, it's always between 4 and 5K. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna let it get shorter than that.
At that point, though, you had like 2,400.
Any scan your cards, please?
Make that 4 calls. 5 ways to a flop here.
We want food service. Take it. Thank you.
Ace, king, queen. Big draw for Casper. Top pair for Mo. Mo quickly checks it. This is going to check around. Ace still good.
Four.
Mo bets it.
Thank you.
And I think with this much going on, I would have liked to see a bet from Casper here on the flop. Now he's going to have to play the turn sort of responsibly and put himself in a situation where if he doesn't hit, he's going to have a hard time winning this pot. He does hit, though, and he's got Mo betting small into him. Not sure if that graphic is accurate. But Casper obviously going to be raising here. What? He just calls. Huh.
Yes. Yeah, can I see a menu too, please?
Should definitely be raising that turn in or that river, in my opinion.
Yeah, flush draw again. Wow.
And might not have gotten action anyway. Mo's hand not really all that strong on that board.
Oh, travel around.
Torturous when you.
But I think you've got to try.
Yeah. Well, no, he hit it. He had the ace. I had the flush
Either that or you
I
play
hit
it. I don't know. It shouldn't have been a
Oh,
foul.
but you have a 10-9. No.
Yeah, I was over
I don't
there.
know. Either that or you fold it. Either way, I know you weren't
Yeah,
big blind.
it's flush
So
draw.
it's there.
Exactly. I'm not folding. I'm not
Yeah,
blocking.
on that street.
Guacamole, it's fucking amazing.
I know button's correct. That
Steak
much I
carne
know.
asada, burrito with the chips and sauce.
Salad bowl, an object of fascination for our viewers on Twitch.
You want to eat healthy? Chicken caponuro is good.
175.
Thought it was 150. Is that good?
No. The
Can I go
20.
The pie's really good.
350. That'll work.
You said what was healthy? The chicken caponero or something?
Chicken caponero is really good.
350.
The chicken what?
Caponero or something like that? It's
Raise
really good.
from Christian.
With eggs.
3-bet, very small from Murphy.
Rice. Yeah, it's really good.
It's on the menu.
Patai's really good. You like patai with shrimp?
Are you out here? Did you look at it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do
Tastes like it.
the chicken salad.
Somehow I didn't see that.
Yeah.
And Christian's going to call. One of his 7s is dead.
I'll get the Ante pokey.
Ooh, the pokey, good choice.
And
One of my favorite dishes here at the bike. Great food here at the bike. That one and the Euro salad are my go-tos.
I'm not gonna there it goes. Now I can do it.
So check on the flop, even though
Thank you so much.
Murphy's
Salmon was surprisingly good.
hits it pretty hard.
You wouldn't even taste
And
it.
Murphy's
You
going to play
wouldn't
this as a
even
check
taste
raise on the turn. This is pretty fun.
Salmon was actually, you know, because fish is very hit or miss.
He's saying that he checked the flop deceptively because it was a flop that didn't go very well with his range,
I'm off the low,
which makes sense.
and he's up and
And now he's springing the trap on the turn. He has a hand like Queen Jack, pocket tens. And Murphy picks up top pair here on the river.
Casper, though. Why, but your real name's Terry.
KJ knows how to say it, right?
Man, what a flop.
There you go.
Alright.
Goes check, and Murphy will take this down.
I just use that name because a lot of, like, everyone in our friend group uses it, like, or even at my workplace.
Yeah.
They use Harry. No, Casper. Oh, Casper.
Alright. Alright.
No, Casper. They use Casper, like, everywhere. Because they know me as, like, I got it while I was in downtown working, pretty much. And
Because you're friendly.
right, I was way too friendly when I began. Literally, once I started the business,
Yeah.
I was way too friendly customers as well, and like the other booths nearby would literally go like, Casper, do you tell me ghosts is here? So ever since then,
That's hilarious.
Brooklyn's losing to Golden State, huh? Golden State's good.
Golden State's been rocking
Not a
this
better
year.
So I'm Charlie Wilmuth. We'll be with you about another 20 minutes here on Live at the Bike.
I forget they got LaMarcus. I didn't even know he's still in the NBA shit.
Is he good?
He used to be amazing.
150.
How much?
150.
Aggressive. How
150.
much? I don't
If you
know.
would've just left it all,
I
you
feel
would've
like
won
he
the pot.
should have put like 550. I should have
Well,
forwarded.
Harry, you just left it all in there, you would've won the pot. Now,
sorry guys.
you're gonna get called, you don't know what the fuck that is.
No, I saw what you had in your hand before it fell.
Just leave 600, you're fine, just stick it on $100. Easy money.
Yeah, it was pretty clear. You're going for the 150.
Yeah,
And then
it
just knocked
was
it all over.
pretty funny though.
You
I'll
said
tell you
that's
what,
my bet.
Kevin Durant still is like one of my favorite players to watch. Not my favorite player to
425.
watch.
Christian can't help himself with the 7 deuce. Puts in the 3-bet. Should get a couple of quick calls here.
That's game, yeah.
Seen Christian 3-bet 7 deuce off twice tonight, 7-3 off once, and 7-3 suited once, I believe, and he flops trips against Casper's boat. What a ridiculous flop. So Christian gets way out of line pre-flop.
400.
Thinks he's just hit gin. But he's up against pocket threes. And Murphy's still in this hand too. Thinks this is a pretty good flop for him as well.
Yeah, it's the 4-hour mark.
So how come you,
He's gonna raise.
Well,
or is it just like
depends. Like,
You want to go
I
start
feel like
7
we usually will play. I feel like we usually.
And
play
excuse me, Casper loving this.
Depends on who wants to stay, who comes in, fills the game.
Now
Yeah, that was
Oh,
pretty
he
cool.
came in
he
right.
could call here,
That was a few weeks ago.
which to his opponents might send the message that he has something like
One or two after.
pocket nines, pocket sixes that he thinks is good.
It was fun.
And I guess maybe the broader point here is what would he ever raise with for value?
Some dude lost Johnny.
You say you're done completely,
That
yeah.
hand was awesome.
If they change the deck,
I thought
and
he
the
had it
big
too.
and the card,
It almost feels like it has to be a real hand.
Absolutely
then I bounce.
huge nuts.
I mean, he has balls.
Because what would he ever raise here
What
with?
about change the dealer?
It was like
It really feels like it has to be pocket threes or ace two suited or something.
Yeah.
And then he folded.
So now it's back on Christian after
Some weird
Unlucky dealer.
Casper puts in a 3-bet.
I don't know, like a king.
And I'm not sure Christian can fold a deuce, but I think
And he just like calls the
The
wall.
thing is, I played with Ninja for a long time.
he has to think this is not a great spot for him at this point.
Like, I know he can, but like, he's all like
Yeah.
passive.
He does jam it in. Hard to blame him really with not a whole lot left behind.
So I guess he just really wanted to.
And I think Murphy can pretty safely fold
Kinda
now.
Crazy that like those old school pros.
How much was the
have,
limit?
What, 7,000, 8,000 all in.
What did he have?
Johnny Chan had 10K, started with 10K, so it's probably starting.
He had no outs?
He had pocket six.
He does let it go.
What's the flop?
I don't remember. He just like.
What a
raised
setup flop.
Nothing?
I mean, I
Raised
don't
flop,
know.
then turn, jam all in, like over flop river.
I'm not sure why Casper looks so reluctant here. They're going to run it once.
With ace queen.
And Casper will win a $10,000 pot flopping a boat in a 3-bet pot against trips as Christian 3-bets the 7-deuce off pre-flop, flops trips, and gets stacked by a boat. I feel like when you're gonna, if you're the sort of player who's gonna put in a 3-bet with 7-deuce off, you deserve to win when you flop trips, but Christian does not, as Casper wins one of the biggest pots of the night.
Did I get 1,000? No, that's the hand.
So your wife call you
Actually,
Casper
one more.
too, or no?
No.
She's the only one that does it.
One more.
You out of here?
Casper, do you sell watches?
Yeah.
How hard would it be to get a? You sell Rolexes?
Yes.
How hard would it be to get the Yachtmaster white gold with like the black? I can show you a picture of it, but it's got like the black band.
On the Oyster Flex with the rubber.
Yeah.
Those are
75 in purple, 25 in gold.
fairly easier to get. Fairly,
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, I got it.
But am I straddled?
I don't think, is this a straddle round? I don't know if this is a straddle round.
It was not.
Oh, I did, yeah, I
Maybe
did.
it was not. You already got
Yeah, I
it.
put the $50, yeah.
It wasn't a. It wasn't.
I know
No, it wasn't a straddle. He straddled voluntarily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a straddle round.
The last time I was looking, I'm not sure I want to buy one or not, but I'm pretty close to like pulling the trigger one of these days. The last time I went to
Just,
a couple of
all
Rolex
right.
stores, they didn't have them.
What's the question?
nothing, just, you have to put the $50, no.
I'm sorry?
No, you're good, Mom.
Yeah, okay.
You want to chop?
You won't find that in the Rolex store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah. It's the Yachtmaster one on Oyster Flex.
Yeah. Which I think.
Can you scan your cards, please?
It's like 30, 35 grand last time I left or something like that.
Online, like,
Yeah.
but in store, like, if you were to ever
100.
just watch and resell, which, like, now you can't, maybe, like, earlier this year, if you
sorry?
walked in, like, Vegas tournament, you
Still
would
not
be
what?
able to find, like, 2 of them on the shelf.
200.
And you would get nearly, I would say, half price.
Really?
Nearly, I think it's
Scan
21
your cards, please.
something, I'm sorry. So,
Take it.
I mean, now it's up there, it's in the 33, 34 range.
Okay.
But it'd be like,
See, Christian's going to get a little bit of money back on this one.
gray market. You get what I'm saying? You won't pay MSRP for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Bro,
How hard?
like a year and a half, 2 years ago, literally dealers were begging for us to take watches from the store. Begging.
And now it's impossible.
They were like, all gold watches were
So-
like,
That's why I
If
haven't got a
I-
new Rolly.
So if I wanted that watch, like how would it work? Like would
I can get you one. But again, like MSRP is out the door nowadays.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to explain. Because people sometimes think that whatever the
Casper
store price
sells
is,
watches for a living, I believe.
that's what we can get it for, but
It's like the same as like the shoe game, right? Like if you want to watch, you got to pay a little markup on the Jordans, kind of thing. I assume, right?
No, no straddle. this
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
The straddle's off. He straddled
It's
voluntarily.
funny. I was at the Santa Anita Mall, and I guess because I look like an old guy, I went in like the shop with all the new shoes.
75.
Yeah. I was like asking like Western Jordans, and they're like $350 on the tag. I'm like just asking what's retail, and the younger kid was like, "Oh, you know how the shoe game works nowadays?" And I'm like, I understand. Like I wouldn't want to wait in
Justin
line. I
just
rather
calls
wait in
Casper's
retail
open. He really wants to trap
instead of
somebody
waiting in
here.
a line, you know, which is true. Like,
Seen him play it
like,
very
let's say before it
trappy,
was $200, I
with
wouldn't
Christian
wait
in the hand in particular.
hours that day to get the shoes. I'd rather pay the premium. So it's similar with the watch, right?
And it's going to work out for him.
The premium is like let's say some Jordans that I like.
No, I'm saying like how much are you paying more?
Like
Christian
that's
just
like,
going for it all night.
depending on the shoe, it might
3
be-
bets now with the 8-6 suited.
Yeah, it's like a gamble too. You can wait in line and not even get them if they're.
He's 3-bet so many times tonight, and
Yeah. No, I guess it's just
almost
depends on
always,
how
or
much you're willing
maybe
to
always,
pay
with
for your time.
awful hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that 8-6 suited is an awful hand, but not
Yeah, I wouldn't ever wait. I would
not an obvious value hand.
Yeah.
I've been having the same conversation with Karat since I met him about the watches and like, because I want a new Rolex. But,
Yeah.
like, you can't go in a Rolex store and buy one.
Christian
You can't.
probably,
Like, they might
or excuse
have,
me,
like,
Casper
some, like,
probably doesn't really believe
whatever
Christian here,
model,
but
and still they may
lets
not
the
sell.
Queen Jack suited or Queen Jack offsuit go.
Like
back on Justin now, and the first part of his plan has worked out perfectly. Does he just call, or does he put in a 4-bet now?
I would think that they would want to sell.
No.
No?
Not anymore. I
Why?
wish.
Is it just because, why? Is the market just
Market's crazy right now. You can't.
for watches?
24/7.
It's crazy.
He goes with the 4-bet, and it's a huge one. It's really just going to price out all of Christian's bad hands.
Back in November last year.
I think I like going with a call there,
So let's say.
or just clicking, making a very small 4-bet if you're going to do a 4-bet.
Turn dead? What, our top liver?
You won
Yeah,
five.
I was
Just wanna see if
Wow.
Oh, I win, 7 on the turn.
Here it is,
Oh
Justin.
my god, rainbow.
Woo!
You made it 2,000 people?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Casper, I thought you were gonna raise, and I was
Thanks
like,
a lot, Chris.
please God.
He didn't
Please God,
raise.
raise.
You're stuck, I
Please
don't
God.
believe
What did you
you.
have?
Whatever you do, I don't believe you.
Aces?
No, no.
You were dead.
Casper
Well,
did
not
raise
dead,
and
but
then
you
called
had
it,
only 12
and then
left.
Christian.
Oh,
Christian
it's
is-
on the phone.
He falls,
yeah,
I'm
what,
folding
pocket
for
eight?
Christian because the guy's buried. I'm not gonna give it back.
That's why I said donkey fold.
He calls,
and I
I'm
just
calling.
let it go.
100%.
Oh, you were
And
hoping
believe
somebody
me,
would
you,
back
all
raise,
the money's
like,
going in on the
Well, I
flop.
was seeing him like pull
Whatever
out
he
the
bets on the
15
flop, I
He
hundred.
will
did
not
raise.
No, he folded.
No, Casper.
Yeah, but he made it so big.
Not
I,
open.
his brother-in-law.
Yeah,
I mean,
raise,
he's
call,
only gonna
call.
call if he has like aces. or
He
things.
three
I'm
bet
not calling his
Casper.
Oh, you
If
thought
he
Casper
flat
was
calls,
gonna-
I'm
I
calling.
thought Casper was about to bet 1,500 because I had aces there.
Wow.
100?
You're like praying
I
inside.
was literally just sitting there like,
Yelling.
God.
Um,
God, right.
What do you have behind? Like, I just want to know if I would call.
Yeah.
Bro, I had
not
10-9 of hearts. I flop open in the
Probably not
turn and
calling.
nuts on the turn.
Yeah.
You probably like
You
ace
really,
queen or
you really had,
something.
you really had jacks.
You
Oh, you
raised?
folded to it?
I can't believe you
Wow, you
That's why I
called-
said donkey fold.
you called threes and you fold jacks?
So Harry
Oh,
raises
you
it up with
went
3-deuce
for
offsuit.
Three high.
Mo 3-bets for pure value.
Oh, shit.
No, no,
Oh, you see my hand?
5-4 offsuit.
No,
I
but I'm
raised.
folding.
You raised.
Like, I did it. I really did.
Nice.
None.
Good
No,
raise.
Hurrah.
Good raise.
Cloudhawk says, watching live in Scotland with my sleeping newborn. It's 3:35 a.m.
Ace 4-5.
Thank you so much for being here in your wee hours.
With your call.
Call.
You're so
he
lucky.
had 9-10.
And then you fold jacks.
You're so lucky he folded, but I don't think he can beat you. If you, he's not gonna call you.
I don't know.
Right.
He's right, yeah. I don't,
Yeah.
it's like
It would have
the
been really hard
Phil
for him to,
Hamlet's White Magic. You
Yeah,
can't
you make
really
it big.
if he
Or,
four bet, I
quantify
would
it, but he
Yeah.
quantified it.
Or if he just
right?
called.
I was,
You-
I
you
was
still-
out of
yeah.
four bet.
position on that one too.
I get it.
I don't know.
so
I
there's
was
no
last
way
hack
you see the flop.
there.
Unless you want to
Let's
be
just,
out.
gut instinct
Oh,
is a real
wow.
thing in this game, by the way.
How do you fold jacks there? It's weird.
That's a pretty sick fold,
Yeah, that's a
honestly.
sick
Against
fold.
Christian, it's like
Against
actually a terrible fold.
I had all of you.
It's like
Make it
aces.
2300.
It's like
dare
aces.
him.
He had aces. He said he had aces.
Yeah, they dare him.
Trying to get a little tricky.
Good raise, man.
Unit SFS says, does Casper have a local watch business?
Yeah,
I believe he does, but I don't know the details.
You would have beat me.
Silly.
I would have
You would have beat me. You really would
You
have?
would
On
have
that flop?
won his money
We had
too. 'cause
similar
he flopped
cards.
set.
He had 6-3.
Raise from Christian here.
You probably would have turned 2 pairs.
Casper in there with queen 10 off.
And a straight draw.
Well, everyone would have had something. Except for the person with the aces. Which is strong dead.
Dead in the water after the flop.
If it was just me and you, I would have definitely.
Ace 7-5, 3 clubs.
I love it.
You can.
You can't go 23. I mean, unless we're like.
Christian bets and Casper calls. Casper, I was going to say picks up a straight draw, but that's not true. Still just a 10 high flush draw.
JJ, how much are you up?
Check, check on the turn, and Casper is just going to give up here, and Christian will take it down.
Because I want to know if I get in a big pot, how much money I have.
Oh,
How much I'm winning or losing.
That's a great answer. You're a real professional, JJ.
Cloudhawk says has not been to the. They have not been to the bike.
It's like both.
They do have family in Northern California, but the bike is on the list.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Bullshit.
come join
That's
us.
your opinion. I'm not needling. Just because I'm being sarcastic, it doesn't mean it's a needle.
I don't know, when you first told me you were stating,
Even when I used to play 5-5, you'd yell me the same way.
On that hand. Oh, yeah. You got a flush draw?
He'd be like, no.
No.
But he'd always
thought one of you guys
I
on a
get
flush draw.
bored.
Like, okay, have that beat.
Yeah.
Especially if you can't use your phone.
Actually, Harry always did it. He'd be like, why are you playing 5-5? Why are you playing 5-5?
Ace king for yen.
In the big game with
It's this close to color.
Sure.
Always had a
Would you re-raise
more confidence in me than I had confidence.
Oh, you guys have been playing together that long?
Flops?
It's like
Yeah.
2012.
Like if I
You don't
check.
tell me that.
Oh, what a long time. That's
No,
like,
you
that's
bet
like almost 10
300, right?
years.
Yeah. Re-raising 1,000. If I call 1,000, would you re-raise?
Oh yeah, I
or
was
call?
jamming.
Okay,
Okay,
okay. You were
so
jamming
100% I was
regardless.
Funny, like
jamming.
certain players,
After,
like,
yeah, yeah.
get
He
changed
flat
over the
to
years.
1,000, which you almost did.
I almost did.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
close.
yeah.
I put my 1,000
Yeah,
first.
jamming
You
out
can just
of
really
it.
run on
Yeah,
those
like,
plays.
If it was just heads up, I
Josh
would
plays
just call.
differently too.
You guys say
I feel like Josh used to be more aggressive.
So check on the flop here as Christian calls Yen pre-flop.
I used to think Josh was.
And Christian's going to take a stab at this now with an open ender on the turn.
My buddy from flying to Hawaii to get
I
his
think
license. That's
Yen
pretty
can
good.
call.
Why?
She does.
The Waikiki Rolex store?
Probably. Yeah.
There's one on
Christian's
my
bet really just says that he has
Say it again.
a 9 and that's it.
Over to Hawaii, I can buy a Rolex.
Nice river for Yen, not that she needed it, and she's going to take this one down.
But I know Turno in Vegas said.
So what is that? Is that that's an actual
They're an
Rolex
agent.
store?
Yeah,
or their agent?
they're a store. No, well, authorized dealers and actual Rolex store pretty much. They don't have actual Rolex owned stores. They have only authorized dealers.
Okay, so like Beverly Hills Rolex is not authorized dealer.
That's
The table, please.
Okay, so I get what you're saying now. Okay, so my idea is Cherno is still a Rolex store, but
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. the
travel
table,
around.
please.
Christian, I'll pay for it.
Anyways, they told me it's $500,000.
got
You have to
you.
buy $500,000 in
Thanks,
watches.
Are you sure you got it?
I got it.
I really
Are you
appreciate
sure?
everyone
West
checking in today.
Mr. Getting Stacked,
Oh wow.
thanks to Christian, Christian has got you.
This is my charity for the week.
Thanks, man.
Wow, for a whole
Means a
week,
lot.
man. You better send them an email every morning thanking me.
Did they have filet mignon and lobster?
75.
Hey, man, a good deal is a good
Joker
deal.
Jake says, great entertainment, but if you're here to learn how to win, they're not going to tell. One has to search deep within and perform card-up analysis and occurrence counts to understand what is happening.
He's got it.
That sounds beautiful, honestly. I wish I understood what it meant. I wish I knew what occurrence counts were,
Give me two random cards.
You would call it the
but I like it.
guarantee. With 50 in there, you wouldn't even think. Huh? Maybe I should call it this thing. He's probably doing something
What
right.
a gentleman.
Might
Thank
be a
you
little
so
tight
much,
there.
Seat One. Appreciate that, man.
My boy.
It's a blessing.
Charlie
Seriously, I think that's pretty good writing. Rafiki Man says occurrence counts equals frequency. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know what that means in this context.
Oh, you guys it came
I would
together?
hope so, because this is trash.
Oh my gosh. I had your hearts dominated.
You guys both of us dominated?
No.
Yeah, both
You had me dominated. I had a 9
You
in
know
my
what
hand,
else is
but I
good
had
here?
his hearts dominated.
Arugula salad, okay? It's seared tuna, sesame seeds.
Arugula.
It's called arugula salad. It's much better than that. Same thing, but
help.
it's seared tuna with the salad.
I was thinking about trying something different, but I had this earlier.
Yeah, but arugula salad. Just put it in your notes so you know.
This
They
place
have
was
really
so
good
quiet
avocado,
before Harry came, huh?
egg rolls
I
here,
hope
but they
he's-
don't have
I
it
hope
right
he's
now
doing it
because
on
they're
purpose.
closing.
90?
Avocado.
Rafiki Man says the frequency of specific stats, perhaps of crazy loose play like cold calling 3-bets pre-flop. Yeah, maybe.
Harry, what was the salad called?
Oh, you guys are making fun.
Arugula?
Shut up, what is it? Yeah, seared tuna with sesame.
I don't think, I
Black
think,
sesame seeds.
no, he's being serious.
Or if you're hungry, order it.
Can I get the arugula?
What if the waiter looked at it and was like, what? Huh?
I know what I want.
When I was a waiter, somebody ordered a polyollie from me.
A polyollie?
That's a pale ale.
Oh.
Forky Merck says, I'm a dealer in South Dakota and looking to move to LA. Where do I apply it for the poker dealer job here at Live at the Bike? I'm not sure if that the job specifically on Live at the Bike is open, but I bet there are poker dealer jobs available at the Bike.
Pocket aces.
I shouldn't speak about that specifically, but it wouldn't surprise me if that were true. So I would call the casino and ask about that.
Harry did
I know there are
tell
dealer
Joe,
schools in the area as well. It doesn't sound like that you would need that though.
English is just like.
Yeah, it's just like, it's confusing, you know?
But find me on Twitter at Third Walking if you have any advice about moving to LA, what neighborhoods you want to be in, that kind of thing.
Maybe last year.
I can help with that for sure.
JJ?
And no, with my
Did you
friend.
guys share beds?
Man, Barry.
I mean, just saying.
Brings in his Casper.
With who? Oh, with your friend.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. With your Achberjan.
Sandy Joy, thank you very much.
John?
225.
It's like
John.
Queen's here for Casper.
sincerely kind
Oh,
of
like
My
little
brother with a THA.
brother.
Was it 225?
You calling that shit, bro?
I am.
Uh-oh, aces.
Ace.
Fucking aces written all over there.
Yeah, Forky Mercs, good luck.
Yeah, that's what happened last time.
Seems like a good time to be making the move to the big city. There are job opportunities available
It doesn't work.
all over the place as far as I know.
Like 6-9 of hearts. Like 6-9 offsuit actually. You don't want to be balanced like that and get wrecked. I'm sure like
Be here for another couple of hands tonight.
like, should you think you know balance? Son.
Ace out there, which Casper can't be a fan of. We've seen tons and tons of big pairs,
425.
only to have aces flop. Casper's going to fire this, and I think we've seen him do this a bunch on this game when he has kings or queens, at least a few times. When he's had kings or queens and an ace is flopped, he just bets anyway.
And he two had.
Who had
he
fucking
had
aces?
aces
Like-
and cards,
like, I was like, I was yelling
I
from
don't
like,
know.
No, from like the psychology stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
anyway, so
I mean, he could have. I'm just saying he could have anything, you know.
yeah,
we're
yeah,
in Vegas.
5, I guess.
Okay, we're trying to look for this place to eat, and I go on Yelp, right? And I'm trying to look for a place. And one of the first things that comes up is Rendezvous, and I'm like, guys, there's this cool place.
Rendezvous.
Yeah, you guys should see
What did you say?
Rendezvous, and I was like, they just broke out.
Honestly, I say shit like that all the time.
Actually, that sounds better than rendezvous. Rendezvous.
Rendezvous.
Rendezvous.
I-
Sounds more French.
My wife and all my friends.
Yeah,
make
it
fun
sounds
of me
way
more
more
than-
French, doesn't it?
That's not even the craziest way you could pronounce that word.
I like that more actually. Rendezvous.
You could just say Rendezvous.
Even though I think you're adding like another syllable in there. Yeah, rendezvous. You're
Yeah.
Rendezvous.
I like how Patty Mills looks in
Yeah.
the Nets jersey though. Come on, Blake.
Steve Nash is.
The coach.
Oh, the coach for who?
From Brooklyn.
Oh, from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
250.
Wait, is that right from Brooklyn?
Yeah, it's gotta be Brooklyn.
Joker Jake again, I love this. Joker Jake says, proper hand classification is imperative. 7 Jack, Ace 9 Ace is a pair of aces. It is not a fallacy that it affects near future ace hex hands to pair the flop. The fallacy is that there is no effect.
You guys think the Lakers are gonna pick their shit up?
Again, I'm not totally sure what's going on, but that's quite beautiful.
I don't think they are.
I know you're a Clippers fan. I know you're a Clippers fan.
No, I love both LA teams. But yes,
Westbrook is a cancer, notoriously.
Bro,
That guy can't win.
100%.
Justin
Him and
bluffs at
West-
this on
Harden. I've always said
both the
this.
flop and the
Harden's
turn,
ever on a team, they're never gonna win
as
the
Christian
championship
picks up a pair on the
if
turn.
He remains the same player that he is.
Westbrook could never concede that he's not the best player on the team. When he had Durant, he would force the last shot.
Rafiki
and
Man, yes,
Durant
that's from
would
the
stand in
YouTube
the corner.
comments.
Same thing now.
Justin gives up, and Christian will win this one.
Two more hands.
Joker Jake says, club, diamond, club, club, club is a flush draw. It affects near future suited hands to flop 4 of a kind suit, especially club, club hands.
Pain to everybody.
You guys don't mind leaving the button? do you?
Yeah, we'll leave the button.
Okay, leave the button.
This is some very nice writing and some really wild math.
It's not random.
Okay.
Do they let him know when?
Yeah, they'll tell me.
Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just walk in and go, by the way, yeah, right now just try it out.
Okay, last hand of the night, we're gonna do.
A butt pot.
Who's staying or not staying?
I'm staying.
Likely no.
I think I'll play for a little bit.
I'm staying. I just have to jump in the back for like 5 minutes and talk in there, and then I'll be right back. But I'm definitely.
I think I interviewed you. So.
No,
You're gonna
Charlie
kill the
wanted
game
me
if
to
you do
talk
that.
about my.
You're gonna kill the game. I'm leaving.
You can't play for like an orbit.
See our chip counts here.
Tip for chat for your boy JJ. No.
As we wrap it up here tonight, Christian V-pipping 54%.
Home game.
Also with 33% pre-flop raise. Casper the big winner on the night so far. Up to 7,200. Christian down almost 13,000. Yen also with a really nice night. Thanks so much for everybody. I'm Charlie Wilmoth. Have a good night.